This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me last summer. I've spent months trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or any of that supernatural stuff, but after what I experienced in Terlingua, Texas, I don't know what to believe anymore. It was June 2021, a few weeks after I graduated college. I had this whole road trip planned from Houston to San Francisco, hitting up national parks along the way. I'd been saving for it since sophomore year, working double shifts at the campus coffee shop. My trusty Honda Civic was packed with camping gear, a cooler full of drinks, and enough trail mix to last me weeks. The first few days were incredible. I drove west across Texas, stopping at state parks and roadside attractions. I was about a week into my trip when I reached Big Bend National Park. It was breathtaking. Those massive canyons, the Rio Grande, and hiking trails that seemed to stretch forever. I spent 2 days there, hiking until my legs burned and taking hundreds of photos. After Big Bend, I headed to Terlingua, this tiny desert town nearby. I'd read about it online. It was supposed to be this quirky ghost town with old mining ruins and amazing stargazing. I thought it would be a fun overnight stop before continuing west. I arrived in Terlingua around 4 in the afternoon. The second I drove into town, something felt different. The sky was clear, but the air felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. I chalked it up to exhaustion from hiking and the brutal summer heat. I parked near the Terlingua Trading Company, this old stone building that serves as a general store and gathering spot. The place was mostly empty except for a few tourists buying souvenirs. Outside, I could see the ruins of the old mining town scattered across the hillside, crumbling stone structures baking in the sun. I was hungry, so I headed to this small cafe nearby. It was a simple place with mismatched chairs and local art hanging on the walls. The waitress, a woman in her 50s with sun-weathered skin and kind eyes, introduced herself as Linda. When I told her I was just passing through, she nodded knowingly. "First time in Terlingua?" she asked while pouring me some iced tea. "Yeah," I said. "I've been at Big Bend the past couple days. Just wanted to check out the ghost town before heading west." Linda smiled, but there was something in her expression I couldn't read. "Make sure you visit the cemetery before you leave. It's fascinating. Goes back to the mining days. Some of the graves are marked with wooden crosses, others with stone cairns." "Thanks. I'll check it out," I said, scanning the menu. She hesitated, then lowered her voice. "You know, some folks say it's haunted." She laughed lightly, like she was embarrassed. "I'm not saying I believe all the stories, but there's definitely something special about this place after dark." I smiled politely, not thinking much of it. Ghost stories are part of the tourist experience in places like this. Linda took my order and walked away, leaving me to sip my tea and scroll through the photos I'd taken at Big Bend. After lunch, I wandered over to the ghost town area. The ruins were haunting in a beautiful way. Stone foundations, crumbling walls, and abandoned mining equipment. There were a few other tourists exploring, and I overheard a couple talking as I passed them. "My cousin swears she saw her 2 years ago," the woman was saying. "A woman in white walking between the ruins after midnight." Her companion laughed. "Everyone's got a ghost story in these old towns." "No, seriously," she insisted. "He doesn't make stuff up," said she was pale as moonlight, just wandering around like she was looking for something. I felt a chill despite the 100-degree heat. I'm not superstitious, but something about their conversation unsettled me. I decided I'd seen enough of the ghost town for one day. I checked into a small campground about a mile outside of Terlingua. It was basic, just a patch of dirt with a fire pit and access to communal bathrooms. I set up my tent, made a simple dinner on my camp stove, and watched the sunset paint the desert in shades of orange and purple. It was stunning, but I couldn't shake this feeling of being watched. Night fell quickly, and the stars came out in full force. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like spilled paint. I should have been mesmerized, but I kept thinking about Linda's comments and what those tourists had said about the woman in white. I crawled into my tent around 10 o'clock, exhausted from the day's exploring. The campground was quiet, except for the occasional car passing on the distant highway. I zipped my sleeping bag up and tried to fall asleep, but my mind kept racing. Around midnight, I woke up to what sounded like whispering. At first, I thought it was just the wind through the desert scrub, but it had a rhythm to it, almost like someone speaking just outside my tent. I sat up, heart pounding. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid immediately after. The whispering stopped. I unzipped my sleeping bag and grabbed my headlamp, telling myself it was probably just another camper or maybe an animal rustling around. I unzipped the tent flap and peered outside. The campground was still, bathed in moonlight. No one was moving between the scattered tents. I stepped outside, scanning the area with my headlamp. That's when I saw her. Standing about 50 yards away, among the cacti and desert shrubs, was a woman. She was wearing what looked like a long white dress that seemed to glow in the moonlight. Her hair was dark and hung loose around her shoulders. Even from that distance, I could tell she was staring directly at me. My first thought was that she was another camper who'd gotten up to use the bathroom, but she wasn't moving toward the facilities. She was just standing there watching me. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. "Are you okay?" She didn't respond. Instead, she slowly raised her arm and pointed to the ground a few feet in front of her. Then, before I could process what was happening, she turned and walked behind a large boulder. I grabbed my phone and ran toward where she had been standing, determined to make sure she wasn't hurt or lost. When I reached the spot, she was gone. I shined my light behind the boulder, thinking she might be hiding, but there was nothing there, just desert stretching out into the darkness. I was about to turn back when I noticed something glinting in the dirt where she had pointed. I bent down and picked up a small oval locket. It was tarnished silver, clearly very old. My hands trembled as I turned it over in my palm. It felt ice cold despite the warm night air. After a moment's hesitation, I pried it open. Inside was a faded sepia photograph of a handsome young man in early 20th century clothing. Below it, an inscription was etched into the metal: "Forever in my heart, my beloved Clara." The moment I read those words, a wave of emotion crashed over me. Not my own emotions, but something foreign. Overwhelming grief, longing, and a desperate sense of searching. I fell to my knees, tears streaming down my face, though I didn't understand why. It was as if someone else's sorrow had invaded my body. The whispering returned, carried on the wind, but now it sounded like a woman's voice, soft, pleading. I couldn't make out words, but the emotional content was clear. Loss, heartbreak, and then, gradually, peace. The voice faded, and the borrowed grief inside me began to lift. I clutched the locket and stumbled back to my tent, my mind racing. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept the locket on the ground beside me, afraid to touch it again, but equally afraid to leave it outside. When morning finally came, I packed up camp in record time and drove straight back to the trading company. Inside, I found Linda setting up for the day. Her eyes widened when she saw me. I must have looked terrible after the sleepless night. "Are you all right, honey?" she asked, genuine concern in her voice. I placed the locket on the counter. "I found this last night, near my campsite. I think I saw someone." Linda picked up the locket carefully, examined it, then looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "Where exactly did you find this?" I described what had happened, the whispering, the woman in white, how she'd pointed to the locket before disappearing. I left out the part about the overwhelming emotions, worried she'd think I was crazy. Linda was quiet for a long moment. "That sounds like Clara," she finally said. "Clara Vasquez. She lived here during the mining boom in the early 1900s. "Who was she?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "A local woman who fell in love with one of the miners. Story goes that he disappeared one day. Some say he abandoned her, others say he died in a mining accident. Clara refused to believe he was gone. She spent years searching for him, walking the town at night with a lantern. Eventually, she died of what folks back then called a broken heart. Linda handed the locket back to me. She's buried in the cemetery I told you about. Some of the old-timers say she still wanders around, looking for her lost love. I didn't know what to say. My rational mind wanted to dismiss it all as coincidence and imagination, but I knew what I'd seen, what I'd felt. That afternoon, I visited the cemetery. It was a haunting place, wooden crosses and stone cairns scattered across the dusty hillside. It took some searching, but I found Clara's grave marked by a simple wooden cross with her name and the dates, 1887 to 1915. I don't know what compelled me, but I went back to town and bought flowers from the general store. I returned to the cemetery and placed them on Clara's grave, along with the locket. It felt right, returning it to her. That evening, I organized an impromptu memorial. I invited Linda and a few locals who knew the story. We gathered at sunset, shared what we knew about Clara, and lit candles around her grave. It was simple, but moving. As the sky darkened and stars appeared, a warm breeze stirred the desert, different from the whispering wind of the night before. It felt peaceful. I stayed one more night in Terlingua, this time at a small motel in town. I slept soundly for the first time since arriving. In the morning, I drove by the cemetery one last time before continuing my journey west. The flowers were still there on Clara's grave, but the locket was gone. I've thought about Clara almost every day since then. I don't know if what I experienced was a ghost, a hallucination, or something else entirely, but I know what I felt. Not just fear, but a connection to someone who had loved and lost a century ago. My road trip continued as planned. I visited the Grand Canyon, Yosemite, and eventually made it to San Francisco. But Terlingua stayed with me. That brief encounter changed something in me, made me realize that love leaves traces, echoes that persist long after we're gone. I still can't explain it. I don't expect anyone to believe me. But if you ever find yourself in Terlingua on a clear night when the stars are bright and the desert is quiet, listen carefully. You might hear her whispering on the wind, still searching, still hoping, and maybe, because of that night and the small gesture of remembrance, finding a little peace at last. Story 2. I've never really shared this with anyone outside of my family. It happened when I was 14, living with my grandmother in a small apartment complex in Cedar Park, Texas. My parents were going through a messy divorce, and I'd been sent to stay with Granny while they sorted things out. Looking back, I'm grateful for that arrangement. Granny was stable when nothing else in my life was, but what happened that night in June about 5 years ago still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. Our apartment was nothing special. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a tiny kitchen, and a living area barely big enough for her old floral couch and TV stand. The walls were thin, and the air conditioning struggled through the Texas heat. My bedroom was actually meant to be a dining room, but Granny had converted it for me, putting up a tension rod with curtains to give me some privacy since there was no door. That summer was brutal, even by Texas standards, the kind of heat where the asphalt gets soft under your shoes and the cicadas scream all day long. Our AC unit was working overtime, making this constant humming noise that somehow became the soundtrack to my nights there. Granny had her routines. Every night around 9, she'd make her rounds through our tiny apartment. She'd check the locks twice, adjust the thermostat, always to 73 degrees, never higher or lower, water her 2 small plants on the windowsill, and then shuffle to the bathroom where I'd hear water running as she went through her bedtime rituals. I could practically set my watch by her movements. Wash face, brush teeth, take medications. 7 different pills, each one carefully counted out, then shuffle to her bedroom, usually with a paperback romance novel tucked under her arm. That night started like any other. It was a Tuesday in June, and I remember it was particularly hot, the kind of sticky heat that makes your clothes cling to your skin even with the AC running. I'd stayed up late texting with my friend Amber about some drama at school, and I heard Granny's familiar shuffle approaching my curtain around 9:30. "Sophia, it's late. Put that phone away and get some sleep," she said in that gentle but firm way grandmothers have mastered. "5 more minutes, Granny," I pleaded, even though I knew her rule was absolute. She sighed that familiar sigh. "Good night, sweetheart. Sleep tight." I heard her footsteps retreat and the familiar sounds of her nighttime routine begin. The faucet running, the medicine cabinet creaking open, the soft rattle of pill bottles. I continued texting for another 15 minutes or so until I heard her bedroom door close. Guilty but not wanting to stop my conversation with Amber, I turned my brightness all the way down and pulled my thin sheet over my head to hide the glow of my phone. Around 10:30, I finally put my phone on the charger and settled into bed. The apartment was quiet, except for the hum of the AC and the occasional car passing by outside. Through the thin walls, I could hear Granny's television playing softly, some game show rerun she always fell asleep to, and eventually, her soft snoring began. That was my signal that the coast was clear, and I could grab my phone again if I wanted to. I must have dozed off at some point because I remember jerking awake suddenly, that weird falling sensation pulling me from sleep. The room was dark, with just a sliver of yellow light coming through the gap in my curtains from the hallway nightlight. My phone said it was 12:17 in the morning. That's when I felt it, that weird sensation that makes the hair on your arms stand up, like the air in the room had suddenly gotten heavier, pressing down on me, like someone was watching me. At first, I thought maybe Granny had gotten up to use the bathroom and was checking on me on her way back to bed. She sometimes did that, peeked in to make sure I was asleep before returning to her room, so I kept my eyes mostly closed, just squinting through my lashes, pretending to be asleep. And there she was, standing at the edge of my curtain where it met the wall. I could make out her silhouette perfectly, her short curly hair that always seemed to stick up in the back, her hunched shoulders from years of office work, even the outline of her favorite house dress, the one with the little flowers on it that she wore to bed almost every night. The hallway nightlight created just enough glow behind her that I could see her outline, but not her face. I waited for her to do what she usually did, adjust my fan, maybe tug my sheet up if it had fallen, or just turn and shuffle back to her room, but she didn't move. She just stood there, perfectly still, staring at me. At least I think she was staring at me. I couldn't see her eyes in the darkness, but I could feel her gaze like a physical weight. 1 minute passed, then another. My heart started beating faster. This wasn't normal. Granny never just stood there like that. Maybe she was sleepwalking. I'd never known her to sleepwalk before. But there's a first time for everything, right? I considered saying something, asking if she was okay, but something kept me quiet. Some instinct told me to keep pretending I was asleep, so I lay there, barely breathing, watching her through my eyelashes. Finally, after what felt like forever but was probably only 3 or 4 minutes, she moved. She took a step toward my bed. Her movements were off. Not the usual shuffle step I was used to hearing. This was smoother, more fluid, like she was gliding rather than walking. She took another step, and another, until she was standing right next to my bed, looking down at me. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest so hard I was sure she could hear it. The room suddenly felt ice cold despite the summer heat, and I had to fight the urge to shiver. Then her hand reached out toward my blanket the way she sometimes did when she tucked me in. That's when I thought, oh, she's just checking on me, and the fear started to dissolve. This was just Granny being Granny, making sure I was covered up properly. Relief washed over me, and I decided to let her know I was awake. I sat up quickly, laughing a little. "Granny, you scared me. I'm awake, see?" I said, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet room, but she didn't answer, didn't move, didn't react at all. The hand that had been reaching for my blanket just kept reaching, at the exact same pace, like she hadn't heard me at all. That's when real fear hit me. Something was wrong, really wrong. "Granny?" I whispered, my voice shaking now. "Granny, are you okay?" No response. Just that slow, steady reaching toward me. I scrambled backward until my back hit the wall, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The figure kept advancing, kept reaching, like it was on some kind of programmed path that couldn't be interrupted. Panic took over. I grabbed my pillow and swung it at her, hard, screaming, "Granny, Granny, wake up!" Thinking maybe she really was sleepwalking and needed to be shocked out of it. The pillow met no resistance, none at all. It swung through the air where her body should have been, like I was hitting nothing but shadows. But I could still see her there, clear as day, her outline unchanged by my attack. I screamed again, louder this time, "Granny, Granny, help me!" And that's when I heard it. The sound of Granny's actual bedroom door flying open, the familiar shuffle thump of her slippers on the hallway floor, her voice calling out, "Sophia, Sophia, what's wrong?" But the figure was still there, standing between me and the hallway, still reaching for me with that horrible slow motion movement. I was trapped between the wall and whatever this thing was. "There's someone in here," I screamed, still swinging my pillow frantically through the empty air where the figure stood. The hallway light flicked on, flooding my room with sudden brightness, and as the light hit it, the figure changed. It's hard to describe exactly what happened. It didn't disappear instantly. Instead, it became harder to see, like a TV picture losing signal, becoming more transparent with each second until it faded completely. Granny burst through my curtain, her face pale with worry, her real house dress, the exact same one I'd seen on the figure, wrinkled from sleep. "What is it? What happened?" she demanded, rushing to my side and wrapping her arms around me. I could feel how solid she was, how warm and real and alive, so different from the cold presence that had just been there. I was shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. "There was someone here," I sobbed. "Someone who looked just like you, Granny. They were standing there watching me, and then they tried to grab me." Granny held me tighter, looking around the room with narrowed eyes. "There's nobody here now, sweetheart. You must have had a nightmare." But I knew it wasn't a nightmare. I'd been wide awake. I'd seen it with my own eyes. "It looked exactly like you," I insisted, hiccuping through my tears. "Same hair, same dress, same everything. But when I talked to it, it didn't answer. And when I hit it with my pillow, there was nothing there." A strange look crossed Granny's face then. Not disbelief, but something else. Something that looked almost like recognition, followed quickly by concern. "Let's get you some water," she said, helping me out of bed. "You can sleep in my room tonight." As we walked to the kitchen, I noticed Granny glancing back at my bedroom, her eyes narrowed like she was trying to see something in the shadows. She made me sit at the table while she got me a glass of water, but her hands were shaking slightly as she filled it. "Granny," I said after taking a few sips, "you believe me, don't you?" She sat down across from me, her face serious in the dim kitchen light. "I believe you think you saw something, baby." "No," I insisted. "I really saw it. It was there." Granny was quiet for a long moment, then she sighed deeply. "This building is old, Sophia, older than it looks. And sometimes—" She trailed off, seeming to choose her words carefully. "Sometimes old places hold on to things, memories maybe, or something else." "Like ghosts?" I whispered. "I don't know if I'd call it that," she said, but she didn't offer another explanation either. We slept in her room that night, me on one side of her big bed, her on the other. I barely slept, jumping at every little creak and sound. Granny seemed restless too, getting up twice to check the lock on the front door and peering into my bedroom each time. The next day, she called a pastor from her church to come bless the apartment. She also hung small crosses over both bedroom doorways. We never talked about what happened in detail after that night, but sometimes I'd catch her looking at me with worried eyes, like she was waiting for me to tell her I'd seen it again. I never did see it again, at least not in that apartment. We moved out 3 months later, Granny claiming the stairs were getting too hard on her knees. But I knew the real reason. Whatever had visited me that night had spooked her as much as it had spooked me. To this day, I don't know what I saw. Was it some kind of spirit impersonating my grandmother? Was it the ghost of someone else's grandmother, lost and confused? Or was it something more sinister, something that knew exactly how to appear to make me lower my guard? All I know is that when I close my eyes at night, I sometimes still see that silhouette standing in my doorway, still feel that cold presence watching me, and I still sleep with my back to the wall because I never want to wake up to find something or someone standing over me again. Story 3. I'm not even sure if I should be writing this down, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I haven't had a decent night's sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see them standing there, watching me. I've tried everything, sleeping pills, meditation, even sleeping at my sister's place, but nothing helps. Those things, they follow me wherever I go. It all started about a month ago. I'd just moved into a new house in what everyone calls a quiet suburban neighborhood. You know the type. Perfectly trimmed lawns, neighborhood watch signs, the whole American dream package. I was so excited to finally have my own space after years of dealing with roommates and their drama. The only issue was my next-door neighbor and his obsession with security lights. I swear his backyard looked like a prison yard at night. Those motion sensor floodlights would blast through my bedroom windows at all hours whenever a leaf blew by. After a week of disrupted sleep, I finally invested in some blackout curtains. They were expensive, but I figured my sanity was worth it. That night, the night everything changed, I remember pulling those curtains closed, satisfied with how they completely blocked out the light. My bedroom was pitch black for the first time since I'd moved in. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt as I crawled into bed around 11. I was exhausted from unpacking boxes all day and fell asleep almost instantly. I don't know how long I was asleep before the dream started. At first it felt like any other dream, strange, but not necessarily frightening. I found myself sitting at the head of this massive dining table, the kind you'd see in some medieval castle. The table stretched out in front of me, disappearing into darkness. Beyond it was a long hallway with doors on both sides, like an old hotel corridor. The weird thing was how aware I felt. Usually in dreams, I'm just along for the ride, you know. But this was different. I could feel the hard wood of the chair beneath me, smell a faint, musty odor like old books, even hear the sound of my own breathing echoing slightly in the space. Then the first door creaked open. It wasn't loud, just a soft groaning of hinges that somehow cut through the silence like a scream. A deep red light spilled out, illuminating a small patch of the hallway. Not like regular light. This was thick, almost liquid-looking. I remember thinking it looked like blood diluted in water. I tried to stand up to move away, but my body wouldn't respond. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I've had that before. This was different. I could breathe normally, could turn my head slightly, but my limbs felt like they were glued to the chair. Another door opened, then another, and another, each one releasing more of that sickening red glow until the entire hallway was bathed in it. That's when I saw them, long, bony fingers curling around the frame of the door at the very end of the corridor. The fingers were at least twice as long as they should be, with too many joints like spider legs. I wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. I could only watch as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was tall, impossibly tall, and unnaturally thin, like someone had stretched a human body to its breaking point. Its limbs were disproportionate, arms hanging down past its knees. But it was the face that made my heart feel like it was going to explode. It had a mouth full of teeth, not normal teeth. These were like needles, hundreds of them crammed together in a mouth that stretched from ear to ear, and it was smiling at me. Actually smiling, like it was genuinely happy to see me sitting there, paralyzed with fear. The thing tilted its head, studying me with eyes that were just empty sockets filled with the same red glow coming from the doors. Then it moved. Not walking, not running. It was like watching someone fast forward through a video. One moment it was at the end of the hall. The next it was halfway to me, its body contorting in ways that bones shouldn't allow. I remember thinking, this is just a dream. Wake up, but I couldn't. I was trapped in that chair as the thing rushed toward me, that grotesque smile growing wider with every second. Just as it reached the table, its spindly fingers stretching toward my face, I jerked awake. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:15. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I was drenched in sweat despite the cool air from the AC. For a second, I felt relief. That horrible thing had just been a nightmare. But then I realized something was wrong. Really wrong. My room was dark, but not completely. There was a faint red glow coming from the corner opposite my bed. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out what looked like a door frame just standing there in my bedroom where no door should be. It wasn't attached to any wall, it was just there, a rectangle of dim red light, and on either side of it stood two tall figures. They were similar to the creature from my dream, but more substantial somehow, less frantic, more patient. They stood perfectly still, their elongated bodies silhouetted against the red light. I could feel them watching me, even though I couldn't make out their eyes in the darkness. I couldn't move. Not because I was paralyzed, like in the dream, but because I was terrified. I kept thinking if I stayed perfectly still, maybe they wouldn't notice I was awake. Maybe they'd go away. One of them shifted slightly, its head tilting at an unnatural angle. I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to look anymore. I was shaking so badly the bed frame was rattling. I counted to 10 in my head, trying to calm down enough to think clearly. When I opened my eyes again, my room was normal. The red light was gone. The door-like structure had vanished. The figures were nowhere to be seen. And my curtains, the blackout curtains I had carefully closed before going to bed, were wide open, letting in the harsh light from my neighbor's security system. I sat there, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I sleepwalked and opened the curtains myself? Was it all just a vivid nightmare? I almost convinced myself that was the case until I noticed something on the floor, a small, wet footprint that wasn't mine. It was too narrow, too long, with what looked like extra joints where the toes should be, and it was glistening slightly in the light from outside, as if whatever had made it was composed of something other than flesh. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I sat with every light in the house turned on, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, waiting for morning. When the sun finally came up, the footprint had dried into a dark stain on my hardwood floor. I've scrubbed it a dozen times since then, but it won't come out. The next night, I tried staying at a hotel, thinking maybe there was something wrong with the house. I took a sleeping pill to help me relax. It didn't matter. At exactly 3:15, I woke up to find the same red glow, the same door-like opening, the same figures. Only this time, they weren't just standing by the door. One of them was at the foot of my bed, its elongated fingers resting on the blanket near my feet. I screamed then, actually screamed, and the hotel staff came running. By the time they unlocked my door, the room was empty. They thought I'd had a nightmare. I checked out immediately and drove to my sister's house. It followed me there too, and each night they get closer. Each night they stay longer. Last night, one of them leaned over me, its face inches from mine, that same terrible smile stretching across features that were almost but not quite human. I could smell it, a scent like ozone and rot. I could hear it breathing, a wet, rattling sound. I don't know what they want from me. I don't know why they chose me, or what happens when they eventually reach me. All I know is that they're coming from somewhere else, somewhere beyond that red doorway, and they're finding ways to stay in our world longer each time. It's almost 3 in the morning now. I've been fighting to stay awake, but I'm so tired. My eyes keep closing despite the energy drinks and coffee. I can feel sleep coming for me, dragging me under, and I know they'll be waiting for me when I open my eyes again. The worst part is that I'm starting to wonder if I'm actually awake right now, or if this is all part of the dream, because sometimes when I look at my hands or my reflection, things don't seem quite right. My fingers look a little longer than they should, my smile feels a little wider, and occasionally, just at the edge of my vision, I catch glimpses of red light spilling under my door. I think they're already here. Story 4. I've been putting off writing about this for nearly 2 years now. Just typing these words makes my hands shake. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened that night on Route 16 outside of Millbrook County, I still can't explain it. I was driving home around 2 in the morning after pulling a late shift at Eastridge Logistics, where I work as an inventory coordinator. The pay is decent, but the late shifts are brutal. That night was particularly rough. System updates had us all staying overtime, and I was dead on my feet by the time I clocked out. The drive from the warehouse to my place usually takes about 40 minutes, mostly on empty back roads winding through dense woods and farmland. I'd made the trip hundreds of times and could practically do it with my eyes closed. That night started like any other. I had the heat blasting and was listening to some true crime podcast to keep me awake. About 15 minutes into my drive, a fog rolled in. Not your typical mist, but something dense and unnatural. It seemed to materialize out of nowhere, swallowing the road ahead in thick, milky waves. My headlights barely cut through it, creating this eerie tunnel effect where I could only see a few feet in front of my car. I slowed down to maybe 20 miles per hour, leaning forward in my seat and squinting to make out the yellow line. The podcast had turned to static, so I switched it off. The silence was almost suffocating. No cars, no wildlife sounds, just the hum of my engine and my own breathing. That's when I saw her. Just beyond the tree line, partially illuminated by my headlights, stood a woman. She wasn't moving, just staring directly at my car as I approached. My first instinct was to speed up. It was 2 a.m. on a deserted highway, and a strange woman on the roadside screamed danger. But something about her expression stopped me. She looked lost. I'm not normally the type to stop for strangers, especially at that hour, but I couldn't just leave her there in that fog. It was freezing, and the nearest town was miles away. I pulled over about 20 feet past her and watched in my rear view as she slowly approached my car. Looking back, I should have driven away. I should have called the police and reported a stranded person. I should have done anything except what I did. I rolled down my window a crack when she reached my car. Up close, she looked to be in her mid-30s, with dark hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. Her clothes were oddly formal, a navy blue dress with a cardigan that seemed too light for the weather. She wasn't wearing a coat. "Are you okay?" I called out through the crack in the window. Her voice was soft, almost melodic. "My car broke down a while back. I've been walking trying to find help, but this fog..." I got turned around. "Do you have a phone?" I asked. She shook her head. "Dead." I was hoping to reach the gas station on Route 16. The nearest gas station was at least 10 miles away. There was no way she'd walked from there, and there weren't any houses or side roads nearby where she might have left a car. Against every instinct, I unlocked my doors. "I can give you a ride to the gas station." Relief washed over her face as she hurried to the passenger side and slid in. "Thank you. I'm Eleanor," she said, rubbing her hands together for warmth. They were bone white and looked ice cold. "Sarah," I replied, turning the heat up higher. "You must be freezing. How long were you out there?" "I'm not sure," she murmured, staring ahead at the road. "Time gets strange in the fog." It was an odd thing to say, but I chalked it up to her being disoriented from the cold. I pulled back onto the road and continued driving, my visibility still severely limited by the fog. It seemed to be getting thicker, if that was even possible. The silence between us grew uncomfortable as we drove. I tried making small talk, asking where she was headed, where she was from, but her answers were vague. She said she lived around here, but couldn't name any specific town. When I asked about her broken-down car, she changed the subject. The radio suddenly turned on by itself, blaring static that made us both jump. I quickly reached to turn it off, but as I did, I swore I heard voices in the white noise, whispered fragments that I couldn't quite make out. "Do you mind if we don't have the radio on?" Eleanor asked, her voice tight. "The static. It bothers me." I nodded, noticing how tense she'd become. Her eyes kept darting to the side mirrors, as if checking to see if something was following us. That's when I started to feel it too, the sensation of being watched. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights or movement in the fog behind us. But there was nothing there, just that impenetrable wall of white. "We should be approaching Riverdale soon," I said, trying to sound casual. Riverdale was a small cluster of buildings that barely qualified as a town, just the gas station, a diner that closed at 10, and a few houses. "They have a phone at the gas station." Eleanor's head snapped toward me. "No, please, not Riverdale." The panic in her voice was unmistakable. "Can we go somewhere else? Anywhere else?" "What's wrong with Riverdale?" I asked, my unease growing by the second. "It's not safe for me there," she whispered, then immediately looked like she regretted saying it. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Look, I need to know what's going on. Why isn't it safe? Are you in some kind of trouble?" She stared out the window, her reflection ghostly in the glass. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." Before I could press further, my headlights illuminated something ahead, a figure standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the car fishtailing slightly before coming to a stop about 10 feet from the person. It was a man, tall and gaunt, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned suit. He didn't move as we approached, didn't flinch when I nearly hit him. He just stood there, staring directly at us, or more specifically, at Eleanor. "Oh God," Eleanor whispered, shrinking back in her seat. "It's him." My heart was hammering in my chest. "Who is that? Do you know him?" She didn't answer, just kept shaking her head, her breathing becoming rapid and shallow. I locked the doors and hit the high beams, illuminating the man more clearly. His face was expressionless, unnaturally pale. Despite the freezing temperature, he wore no coat, and his suit looked outdated, like something from the 1940s. He raised his hand, pointing directly at us. "Turn around," he called out, his voice carrying clearly despite the closed windows. "She doesn't belong here. Turn back now." Eleanor was practically hyperventilating beside me. "Please, drive around him. We need to go." My instincts were screaming at me to reverse and get as far away as possible, but curiosity and confusion kept me frozen in place. "Who is he?" I demanded. "What does he mean you don't belong here?" "Sarah, please." The desperation in her voice snapped me out of it. I threw the car into reverse, turning around in the narrow road as quickly as I could. The man didn't move, just watched us with that same blank expression. As soon as I had the car facing the opposite direction, I floored it, speeding back the way we'd come. "What the hell was that about?" I asked, adrenaline making my voice shake. "Who was that man? Why did he say you don't belong here?" Eleanor was hugging herself tightly, rocking slightly in her seat. "They always find me," she murmured, more to herself than to me. "No matter where I go, they always find me." Before I could question her further, the car started to sputter. The engine made a choking sound, and the lights on the dashboard flickered. "No, no, no," I muttered, pumping the gas pedal as we rapidly lost speed. Within seconds, we had rolled to a complete stop in the middle of the road. I turned the key several times, but the engine wouldn't catch. Not even a click from the starter. It was as if all the electrical systems had simply died. "He's doing this," Eleanor whispered. "He doesn't want me to leave." I tried my phone. No signal, of course. We were stranded in the densest fog I'd ever seen, miles from anywhere, with a potentially dangerous man somewhere behind us. I was starting to seriously regret my decision to pick up this strange woman. "Okay, we need to stay calm," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "My car's never done this before. Maybe if we wait a few minutes and try again." That's when we heard it. Whispers coming from outside the car, not from one direction, but from all around us, as if we were surrounded by people just beyond the fog. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the sound made my skin crawl. "They're here," Eleanor said, her voice eerily calm now. "All of them." I locked eyes with her. "Who's they? What the hell is going on, Eleanor?" "The ones who don't want me to cross over," she replied. "The ones who want me to stay trapped here with them." As if responding to her words, dark shapes began moving in the fog around us. Not solid figures, but distortions in the mist. human-shaped voids that drifted closer to the car. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, though I still couldn't understand what was being said. One of the shapes pressed against my window, and I screamed. It wasn't quite a face, more like the impression of one, features pushing through the fog like a mask. I scrambled away from the door, nearly climbing into Eleanor's lap. "Don't look at them," she warned. "Don't acknowledge them." The shapes circled our car, pressing against the windows, sliding over the roof. The temperature inside plummeted, and I could see my breath clouding in front of me. The whispers had become a cacophony, and within them I started to distinguish words, pleas, threats, and statements that made no sense. "Join us. She belongs with us. Don't take her away. We've waited so long." I was shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. "Make it stop," I begged Eleanor. "Please make it stop." She reached out and gripped my hand. Her touch was ice cold. "Start the car," she said firmly. "Try it now." With trembling fingers, I turned the key. To my shock, the engine roared to life immediately. The headlights blazed through the fog, and the shapes retreated, shrinking back into the mist. Without waiting another second, I slammed the car into drive and floored it. As we sped away, something impossible happened. The fog began to lift, dissipating as quickly as it had appeared. Within minutes, I could see the road clearly ahead, stars visible in the sky above. It was as if we'd passed through some kind of barrier. We drove in silence for several miles, neither of us acknowledging what had happened. When the lights of a 24-hour gas station appeared ahead, I nearly cried with relief. I pulled into the brightly lit parking lot and turned to Eleanor. "I need you to tell me what just happened," I said, my voice hoarse. She gave me a sad smile. "You helped me get farther than I've ever gotten before. Thank you for that." She looked out at the gas station. "I'm going to call my brother to pick me up. You should go home now, Sarah. Drive safely." I watched in a daze as she walked into the gas station. Through the windows, I could see her talking to the attendant, who pointed her to a phone on the wall. 20 minutes later, a pickup truck pulled in, and a middle-aged man got out and embraced her. They spoke briefly, then both got in the truck and drove away. I never saw Eleanor again after that night. I've driven that same stretch of road many times since then, always during daylight hours, always with a knot of dread in my stomach. I've never encountered the fog again, never seen the man in the outdated suit, never heard those whispers. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, a hallucination from exhaustion perhaps. But then I remember the cold, the terror, the shapes in the mist. I remember Eleanor's words, "They don't want me to cross over." I don't drive that road at night anymore, and whenever fog rolls in, I stay inside, doors locked, curtains drawn, because now I know what lurks in those spaces between, entities that exist just beyond our perception, watching and waiting for someone to stumble into their domain. I still don't know who or what Eleanor was, or why those things were pursuing her. All I know is that for one night I glimpsed something that shouldn't exist, something that has forever changed how I see the world. And on foggy nights, when the visibility drops and the world goes quiet, I swear I can still hear those whispers calling me back to that road. Story 5. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me when I was 5. I'm 32 now, but that night is burned into my memory like it happened yesterday. I've never talked about it much because people either don't believe me or they try to explain it away, but I know what I saw. It was a Friday in October. I remember because my dad had just gotten paid, and we'd gone into town to do some shopping and have dinner at this pizza place I loved, my parents, my older sister Emma, and me. We were all exhausted by the time we got home. It was already way past my bedtime, probably around 10 at night. Mom carried me from the car because I was half asleep, and Dad had to basically drag Emma inside. She was 7 and always tried to act grown up, but she was nodding off too. Our house was a small 3-bedroom place in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing special, just a typical suburban home. The important thing you need to know is that my Aunt Diane lived across the street, 3 houses down. You could see her front door from my bedroom window. She lived there with my cousin Tyler, who was around 12 at the time. I remember Mom tucking me in that night. I had this dinosaur nightlight that cast weird shadows on the wall, but I liked it. I fell asleep almost instantly. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. The house was completely silent, that kind of heavy silence that feels like a weight on your chest. My room was dark except for the dim glow from my nightlight. I remember lying there, suddenly wide awake, with this weird feeling spreading through my body. It wasn't just that feeling of waking up disoriented. This was different. I felt watched. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. My sister had made me watch part of a scary movie the week before, when Mom wasn't looking, and I'd been jumpy ever since. But then I heard it, the softest click of my doorknob turning. My bedroom door was directly across from my bed, maybe 15 feet away. I always slept with it closed because I was scared of the dark hallway. But as I lay there, frozen under my dinosaur blanket, the door slowly began to open. There was no creaking, just this smooth, silent movement that somehow felt wrong. The hallway behind the door was pitch black. Our house had these weird angles, and no light from the living room or kitchen ever reached that part of the hallway. But as the door opened wider, I could make out two figures standing there. It was Aunt Diane and Tyler. I remember feeling confused at first, not scared. Why would they be in our house in the middle of the night? Aunt Diane was wearing her usual flowery dress, the blue one with yellow patterns that she often wore to family gatherings. Tyler had on his favorite red t-shirt and jeans. They were both smiling at me, wide, unnatural smiles that stretched across their faces, and they were holding things. Aunt Diane had what looked like a wrapped present in her hands, rectangular with bright blue wrapping paper. Tyler was holding balloons, 3 colorful balloons that didn't move or sway like balloons should. They just stayed perfectly still in his grip. I remember thinking it must be some kind of surprise. Maybe it was my birthday and I'd forgotten, but my birthday is in April, and this was October. I knew that even at 5. I sat up in bed, still not feeling scared yet, just confused. That's when Aunt Diane took a step forward into my room, and the dim light from my nightlight hit her face more clearly. She had no eyes. Where her eyes should have been, there were just empty sockets, dark, hollow spaces, but she was still smiling, that wide, frozen smile. Tyler stepped forward too, and I could see his face now. He didn't have eyes either, just those same black, empty sockets. But they were looking at me. I don't know how I knew that, but I could feel their gaze on me, even without eyes. They were watching me. Aunt Diane extended her arms, holding out the present toward me. Tyler lifted the balloons slightly higher. They were inviting me, gesturing for me to come to them. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't make a single muscle work. I was just a little kid, and I was terrified beyond anything I'd ever felt. I couldn't even scream. My throat had closed up, and all I could do was sit there, clutching my blanket so hard my knuckles hurt. They didn't say anything, not a single word. They just stood there, holding their gifts, smiling those terrible smiles, watching me from those empty eye sockets. The silence was the worst part. The whole house was dead quiet. No creaking floorboards, no hum from the refrigerator, nothing. I don't know how long we stayed like that, them standing at my door, me frozen in my bed. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. And then very slowly, Aunt Diane lowered the present. Tyler's hand dropped a little too, the balloons still unnaturally still. They both took a step back into the darkness of the hallway. The door began to close, just as slowly and silently as it had opened. I watched, unable to look away, as they disappeared behind it. There was that soft click again as the door shut completely. I sat there for what felt like forever, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. Eventually, I managed to lie down and pull the blanket over my head. I was shaking so hard the bed frame was rattling slightly. I kept thinking they might come back, that the door would open again. At some point, I remembered something. My window. My bedroom window faced the street, and from it, you could see Aunt Diane's house. If they had come to visit us, they would have had to leave their house, cross the street and come to ours. I needed to know if they were really there or if I was losing my mind. It took all my courage to climb out of bed. My legs felt like jelly as I crept across the room. I was terrified of making any noise, afraid that whatever versions of my aunt and cousin I had just seen might hear me. I reached the window and very carefully pulled back the curtain just enough to peek out. The street was empty. No cars moving, no people walking. The streetlights cast pools of yellow light on the sidewalk, and across the street, 3 houses down, was Aunt Diane's house. It was completely dark. No lights on, no movement, nothing. Her car was in the driveway, right where it always was. There was no sign that anyone had left that house recently. I stayed at the window for a long time, watching, waiting to see if they would return home. But there was nothing. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I crawled back into bed, still trembling. I don't know when I finally fell asleep, but I remember praying that when I woke up, it would all have been a nightmare. The next morning, I was still shaken. I must have looked terrible, because Mom immediately asked if I was feeling sick. I blurted out the whole story. About Aunt Diane and Tyler visiting in the night, about their missing eyes, about the present and the balloons. I was on the verge of tears the whole time. Mom and Dad exchanged that look parents give each other when their kid is talking nonsense. Dad ruffled my hair and told me it was just a bad dream. Mom said sometimes dreams can seem very real, especially when we're overtired from staying up late. They both seemed so certain, so confident in their explanation, that for a moment I almost believed them, but I knew what I'd seen. At breakfast, Emma asked what I was so upset about, and Mom explained I'd had a nightmare. Emma rolled her eyes and said, "Babies have nightmares," and went back to her cereal. Dad changed the subject, talking about plans for the weekend. Later that day, we went over to Aunt Diane's for lunch. This was normal. Our families got together most weekends. I was terrified of seeing her, convinced that somehow she would know what I'd seen. But when we arrived, she was just regular Aunt Diane, smiling normally, with her eyes definitely there, wearing a completely different outfit than the one I'd seen the night before. Tyler was playing video games in the living room. He barely looked up when we came in, definitely not giving me any weird looks or acting strange. During lunch, when the adults were talking about boring grown-up stuff, I worked up the courage to ask Tyler directly. "Did you come to my room last night?" I whispered when no one was paying attention. He looked at me like I was crazy. "What? No. Why would I do that?" "With Aunt Diane," I insisted. "You were holding balloons." He just shook his head and went back to picking at his food. "You're weird sometimes, Noah." Later, I overheard Mom telling Aunt Diane about my nightmare. Aunt Diane laughed and said, "Well, I was definitely home in bed last night. Tyler and I watched a movie and were both asleep by 9:30. That should have been reassuring. Everyone was telling me it was just a bad dream. But I knew it wasn't. I'd been awake. I'd seen them with my own eyes. I'd checked the window. None of it made sense. For weeks afterward, I was afraid to sleep in my room. I kept my door locked. Dad installed a simple lock after I had a meltdown about needing one. I'd check my window repeatedly to make sure Aunt Diane's house was where it should be, that her car was in the driveway, that everything was normal. The years passed, and I never saw anything like that again. I eventually convinced myself that maybe it had been a particularly vivid nightmare, or some kind of hallucination caused by being overtired. That's what everyone told me, so I tried to believe it. But here's the thing that still bothers me, even all these years later. About a month after the incident, it was Tyler's birthday. We went to his party at Aunt Diane's house. When I walked in, I froze in the doorway. There, on the gift table, was a present wrapped in the exact same distinctive blue wrapping paper I'd seen that night. And tied to Tyler's chair at the table were balloons. The same colors, the same arrangement as the ones I'd seen his eyeless version holding. I never told anyone about that detail. It seemed too small, too easily dismissed, but I know what I saw. I'm 32 now. Aunt Diane passed away 5 years ago from cancer. Tyler lives in another state. I've never had another paranormal experience, never seen anything else I couldn't explain. But I still think about that night. What were those things that looked like my aunt and cousin? Why did they come to my room? What would have happened if I'd taken that present or reached for those balloons? I'll never know. But sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night in that heavy silence, I still have the urge to check that my bedroom door is closed and locked. Story 6. I've never told this story to anyone except my wife and a therapist I saw for about 6 months afterward. Even now, 7 years later, my hands are shaking as I type this. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now, and what happened that night in 2016 still makes me question everything I thought I knew about the world. It was a Thursday in late October, just a routine run from Nashville to Montgomery. I'd made the trip probably 100 times before, nothing special about it. The weather was turning cold, that kind of autumn chill that gets into your bones when you've been sitting too long. I remember checking the time, around 11 at night, when I pulled into a rest area on Highway 78 in Alabama to stretch my legs and take a leak. The rest area was empty, except for one other semi parked at the far end. No cars. The place had that eerie quiet you get sometimes at night, where even the sound of the wind in the trees feels too loud. I called my wife Jennifer like I always did on my breaks. She was half asleep, asked me to pick up some Tylenol on my way back because she was fighting a cold, just normal stuff. I told her I loved her, that I'd be back the next evening. I remember standing there after hanging up, just looking at the trees swaying against the black sky. No stars that night, too cloudy. I had this weird feeling at the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. But when I turned around, there was nobody there, just the empty parking lot, the bathroom building, and the dark beyond the lights. Back on the road, I cranked up the radio to keep myself awake. Had another 3 hours to go before I could stop for the night. The highway was dead empty. I hadn't seen another car for maybe 20 minutes when I spotted her. A woman standing on the side of the road, just standing there. Middle of nowhere, almost midnight, wearing what looked like a white dress or nightgown. My first thought was she must have been in an accident, but I didn't see any car. My second thought was that I should keep driving. In 15 years of trucking, I'd learned that picking up strangers at night was asking for trouble. But something about her, the way she was standing there with her arms wrapped around herself like she was freezing. I slowed down, telling myself I'd regret it if I left someone stranded who might need help. I pulled over about 20 feet ahead of her and watched in my mirror as she walked toward the truck, moving kind of stiffly, like she was hurt or just really cold. I reached over and unlocked the passenger door, but kept my hand near the tire iron I keep under my seat. Can't be too careful. When she climbed in, the cab light showed a woman maybe in her 30s with dark hair that was all tangled and dirty. Her face was pale with dark circles under her eyes. The white dress I thought I'd seen was actually a light-colored sweater and jeans, both filthy and torn in places. She was shivering. "Thank you," she said, her voice hoarse like she'd been screaming. "Thank you for stopping." I asked her what happened, if she'd been in an accident, if she needed to go to a hospital. She just shook her head. "Just drive," she whispered. "Please, we need to keep moving." I didn't like the sound of that. "Look, miss, I can take you to the next town or a police station, but I need to know what's going on." That's when she looked at me, and something in her eyes made my stomach drop. Pure terror. Not the kind you get from a bad accident or even being attacked. This was deeper. "They're out there," she said, "in the dark. They took my car, my phone. They'll take us too if we don't keep moving." Great, I thought. I've picked up someone having some kind of breakdown or drug trip. But she didn't seem high, just terrified. "Who's they?" I asked, pulling back onto the empty highway, figuring I'd drop her at the next gas station and call someone. "I don't know what to call them," she said, staring out the windshield. "They look like people, but they're wrong. Their faces..." She shuddered. "Please don't stop driving. They can't keep up if we keep moving." I tried to get more information out of her. Her name was Marie. She'd been driving from Birmingham to visit her sister when her car broke down about 2 hours back. She started walking, trying to find help when she saw them. At first, I thought it was other people coming to help, she said. But then I saw how they moved, too smooth, and their faces were just empty, like dolls. They started coming toward me and I just ran. I hid in the trees for a while. They kept searching. I heard them calling my name, but it wasn't right, like they were trying to copy a human voice. I was getting seriously creeped out at this point, but still figuring she was confused or hallucinating. Then I checked my mirror and saw the headlights behind us. They'd appeared out of nowhere. "There's just another car," I said, but Marie turned to look and grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises. "No, no, no," she whispered. "It's them. They found a car." The headlights were gaining on us fast, way too fast for a normal vehicle on this highway. I pressed the accelerator, pushing my rig harder than I should have. The headlights fell back a little, then surged forward again. "They want me back," Marie said. I saw what they did to the others." Before I could ask what others, the truck's CB radio crackled to life. I hadn't turned it on. Just static at first, then a voice came through, a man's voice, but flat, emotionless. "Pull over, Alex." My blood turned to ice. I never told her my name. The radio wasn't on, and that voice knew my name. Marie was crying now. "Don't stop," she begged. "Please don't stop." I saw a gas station ahead, lights bright in the darkness, safety, people, phones. I started to slow down. "No," Marie screamed. "We can't stop there. They'll be waiting." But I was done with this nightmare. I needed to get to people, to light, to call the police. I took the exit, the headlights still following. The gas station was dark, closed, no cars in the lot. The sign said open 24 hours, but not a light was on inside. I pulled up to the pumps anyway, desperate now. "We need to keep going," Marie whispered, looking around frantically. "Please." I put the truck in park and reached for my phone. No signal, not even one bar. I looked up and froze. A man was standing by the gas pumps, just standing there, hadn't been there a second ago. Tall, wearing what looked like a dark suit, too far away to see his face clearly. Marie saw him too and made a sound I'll never forget, like a wounded animal. "It's him," she whispered, "the one who speaks for them." The man took a step toward us, moving wrong somehow, like his legs were too long for his body. I threw the truck into gear and peeled out of there so fast I nearly jackknifed. In the mirror I saw the man still standing there, watching us leave, not moving, not running after us, just watching. The headlights behind us were gone. But now I was seeing shapes along the roadside, dark figures standing still as we passed. Some turned to watch us. Some started walking toward the road. Marie was praying beside me, tears streaming down her face. I was doing about 90, way too fast for a fully loaded semi, but I couldn't make myself slow down. "What do they want?" I asked her, my voice shaking. "To wear us," she said, and I felt sick, like clothes. "They want inside." About 20 minutes later, the truck's engine started to sputter. Low fuel warning. I'd been so freaked out at the gas station that I hadn't even thought about the fact that I needed fuel. We had maybe 20 miles left before we'd be stranded. That's when I saw the turnoff. A small dirt road with an old wooden sign. Cartwright's hunting cabin, 2 miles. I took it without thinking, hoping against hope that someone would be there, that they'd have a phone, a gun, anything. The road was rough, jarring us as we bumped along. The trees closed in overhead, making it even darker. Marie was silent now, just staring ahead. I followed the winding road until it opened into a small clearing with a cabin. It looked old but solid, with a metal roof and a small porch. No lights on, no vehicles. "We can't stay here," Marie said, but the fuel gauge was on empty. We had no choice. I parked as close to the cabin as I could and grabbed my flashlight and tire iron. "Let's see if anyone's home," I said, trying to sound confident. The cabin door was unlocked. Inside it was dusty but not abandoned. Hunting gear on the walls, a wood stove, canned food in the cabinets, and, thankfully, battery-powered lanterns that still worked. I lit them all, desperate for light. No phone though, no radio, Just 4 walls, a roof, and a solid door with a deadbolt. It would have to do. I locked us in and checked all the windows, making sure they were secured. Marie collapsed in a chair, looking exhausted. "They'll find us," she said. "They always do." I was about to answer when we heard it, a scratching sound from outside, soft at first, then more insistent, like fingernails on the wooden walls, then a voice, that same flat, wrong voice from the radio. "Let us in, Alex. Let us in, Marie." I moved away from the windows, from the door. Marie was frozen, staring at the walls like she could see through them. "They're all around us now," she whispered. The scratching got louder, coming from all sides of the cabin, then thumping like fists pounding. The windows rattled in their frames. I found an old axe leaning in the corner and gripped it tight, standing in the middle of the room. "If anything comes through that door," I said, "I'll take its head off." The pounding stopped suddenly. Complete silence fell. Then a new sound, a slide and thump from the roof. Something was up there, walking across the metal roofing, its steps slow and deliberate. Marie pointed at the ceiling. "It's the tall one," she said. "The speaker." I was terrified, but also angry now. Whatever was happening, whatever these things were, I wasn't going to cower and wait for them. I moved to the door, axe raised. "What are you doing?" Marie hissed. "I'm tired of being hunted," I said, and threw open the door. There was nothing there, just darkness. I stepped onto the porch, scanning the trees, the clearing. Nothing moved. Then I looked up. It was perched on the edge of the roof, looking down at me. A man's body in a dark suit, but wrong. Too tall, limbs too long, and its face, God, its face, like someone had tried to make a human face without ever seeing one. Eyes too wide, mouth too big, skin like plastic. It smiled at me, the mouth opened too wide, stretching across its face. "Alex Winters," it said in that flat voice. "We've been looking for you." I stumbled back inside, slammed the door, and locked it. Marie was crying again. "They know you now," she said. "They know your full name." The scratching started again, more frenzied this time. The windows rattled harder, one cracked, spiderwebs spreading across the glass. They were going to get in. I knew it. Marie knew it. We were trapped. That's when I remembered the wood stove. I threw open its cast iron door and started shoving anything flammable inside. Old newspapers piled by the kindling, a broken chair, even my own jacket. I found matches in a drawer and lit it all. The fire caught quickly, blazing up. "Fire," Marie said, understanding. "They hate fire." I grabbed one of the burning chair legs and went to the window where the scratching was loudest. Through the cracked glass, I could see a dark shape pressing against it, fingers too long, too thin, scrabbling at the frame. I smashed the burning wood against the glass. The shape recoiled, and I swear I heard it hiss. The scratching stopped at that window. We took turns, Marie and I, moving from window to window with burning pieces of wood. The scratching would stop wherever we appeared with fire, but we couldn't keep it up forever. The wood was burning down and the shapes outside were getting bolder, testing the windows, the door. Then I saw the cans of kerosene in the corner. They must have used it for lanterns. I grabbed one, unscrewed the cap. "What are you doing?" Marie asked. "Something desperate," I said, and started splashing kerosene around the edges of the cabin, the door frame, the window sills, anywhere they might try to get in. I kept a little in the can, tore a strip from my shirt, and stuffed it in like a wick. This would be our last resort. If they broke in, I'd light it and throw it at them. The night dragged on like that. Us huddled in the center of the cabin, the fire burning low in the wood stove, the scratching and pounding coming in waves. Sometimes they'd stop completely, and the silence was almost worse. We'd strain to hear where they were, what they were planning. Around what must have been 4 in the morning, the eastern windows started showing the faintest hint of gray. Dawn was coming. The scratching stopped. The pounding stopped. Everything went quiet. Then a voice, right outside the door. A different voice, a woman's. "Help me," it said. "Please, I'm hurt. Let me in." Marie grabbed my arm. "It's not real," she whispered. "That's how they got me. They sounded like my sister." I nodded, gripping the axe tighter. "Please, the voice said again, sounding so human, so frightened. "They're coming back. Let me in." We didn't answer, didn't move. Something slammed against the door, hard enough to splinter the wood around the lock. Again, the door wouldn't hold much longer. I lit the kerosene-soaked rag in the can and stood ready. One more slam, and the door burst open. I expected to see the tall one, or those two long fingers, but instead, daylight streamed in, plain, ordinary daylight. Nothing stood in the doorway. The clearing was empty. We waited, frozen for what seemed like an eternity. Nothing happened. No scratching, no voices, just the sound of birds starting to sing in the trees. Marie moved first, walking slowly to the door and looking out. "They're gone," she said. They can't stand the daylight." I wasn't taking any chances. I kept the makeshift Molotov in one hand and the axe in the other as we walked out to my truck. The fuel gauge still read empty, but I tried the ignition anyway. It started, full tank. I didn't question it. We got in and drove fast back to Highway 78. The morning was bright now, the sun rising over the trees. We were both silent, exhausted, in shock. About 20 miles down the road, we came to a real gas station. Open, people pumping gas, buying coffee. Normal. I pulled in and parked, my hands shaking so bad I could barely turn the key. "We made it," Marie said, but she didn't sound relieved. I turned to her. "What were those things?" She shook her head. "I don't know, but they found me once. They'll find me again." She looked at me, and there were tears in her eyes. "They'll find you now, too." She opened the door and got out before I could stop her. I called after her, but she just walked away, across the parking lot, toward the highway. I was too exhausted, too scared to follow. I went inside, called my wife, told her I was coming home early, called my dispatcher and made up some story about engine trouble. I didn't tell either of them what had happened. How could I? I drove home in daylight, refusing to stop even when I was falling asleep at the wheel. I've never driven that stretch of Highway 78 again. I take detours, longer routes, anything to avoid it. I don't drive at night anymore. I keep lights on in every room of our house after sunset, because sometimes when it's very quiet, I hear scratching at the windows, and sometimes the phone rings in the middle of the night, and when I answer, there's just static and then a flat voice that says my name. Story 7. I never believed in ghosts, thought it was all nonsense made up by people with overactive imaginations or trying to get attention. Then we bought our house in Willowbrook. Now, let's just say I'm a lot less certain about things. It started last April when Daniel and I found this beautiful little 3-bedroom on Oak Street. At $200,000, it was actually in our price range, a miracle in itself considering today's market. The neighborhood was everything we wanted. Quiet streets, big yards, and that small-town Texas charm where everyone waves when they drive by. We'd been married just under a year, and this was supposed to be our fresh start. The closing process was going smooth until literally the day before we signed. That's when our realtor casually mentioned there was an $80,000 open insurance claim on the property. $80,000. My stomach dropped. Daniel and I exchanged that "what the hell have we gotten ourselves into" look across the table. Turns out the previous owners had both died in the house. Not just died, they'd been dead for 3 weeks before anyone found them, an elderly couple in their 80s with no close family nearby. The neighbors eventually called for a welfare check when their newspapers started piling up. Our realtor assured us it wasn't a legal disclosure requirement since they died of natural causes. Texas law only requires sellers to disclose murders or suicides. I remember sitting there thinking how messed up that is, like somehow dying naturally in a house is less creepy than being murdered there. But we'd already sold our apartment, and the housing market was brutal. We couldn't back out without losing our earnest money, so we signed. Daniel had to start his new job in Cleveland right away, so I stayed behind to finish up at my job while he went ahead to get things set up. I moved in about a month later and spent my first day alone unpacking boxes and trying to make the place feel like home. I remember standing in the empty living room that first afternoon, feeling overwhelmed. The house had this weird smell. Not bad exactly, just old. like dust and stale air that hadn't moved in years. I opened all the windows and started unboxing our stuff. Around sunset, I got this sudden weird feeling, like I wasn't alone. It was probably just nerves from being in a new place, but I decided to address it head on. I actually stood in the middle of the living room and said out loud, "This is my house now. You need to leave." I felt ridiculous saying it, but also somehow better. Then the front door swung open, by itself. No draft, no wind, nothing. Just slowly opened about halfway. I nearly pissed myself. I ran over and slammed it shut, checking the lock about 5 times. I told myself it was just not latched properly. Old house, settling foundation, totally normal, right? When Daniel got home from his business trip the next day, I didn't mention it. Didn't want him thinking I was losing it on day one. Our first night together in the house, we were lying in bed when we heard this loud bang from the bathroom, like something heavy had fallen. We both jumped, but Daniel said it was probably just the pipes or something, and we were too tired to check. In the morning, we found our son's bath toys had fallen into the tub from the shelf above it, all of them, at the same time, arranged in a perfect circle. I told Daniel it was weird. He just shrugged and said, maybe the shelf was uneven. The next morning, Daniel was in the shower when our Echo device suddenly activated itself in the kitchen. I was making coffee and nearly jumped out of my skin when it lit up blue and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know what year it is." No one had asked it anything. That's when the weird stuff really started ramping up. We'd hear owls hooting right outside our bedroom window at exactly 3:15 every morning. When I mentioned it to our neighbor, she looked at me funny and said there hadn't been owls in Willowbrook for years after they cut down the old forest for the subdivision. Our doorbell would ring and we'd rush to answer it, but no one would be there. Every single time. We even checked our doorbell camera. Nothing, just the button pressing itself. We'd be watching Netflix and it would suddenly pause, then play again. Sometimes it would switch shows entirely. Daniel blamed it on the remote, but more than once, the remote was sitting on the coffee table untouched. Our dog Scout, who never barks, started growling at empty corners of the house. He'd wake us up in the middle of the night, standing at the foot of our bed, hackles raised, barking furiously at the closet. Nothing there when we checked, of course. Our baby, Theo, would sometimes laugh hysterically in his sleep. Not cute little baby giggles, but full-on belly laughs while completely unconscious. The kind of laugh like someone was playing peekaboo with him. I'd check the monitor and see him staring at the ceiling, laughing and reaching up toward nothing. The lights would turn off randomly. Daniel had an electrician come out who said our wiring was actually in great shape for a house this age. He upgraded some outlets anyway, but it didn't help. We'd be in the middle of dinner and suddenly, darkness. Then they'd come back on a few minutes later. One night I was doing laundry when I realized our king-sized comforter was missing, not just misplaced, gone. We tore the house apart looking for it, checked every closet, under every bed, the garage, even the attic. It just vanished. How does a giant blanket just disappear from a locked house? We never found it. The absolute weirdest thing happened about 2 months after moving in. Daniel went out to his truck early one morning and found this strange beam of light shining directly onto the driver's side door. It wasn't from a street light or the sun. It was like a perfect column of light with no source. When he walked toward it, it disappeared. Came back the next morning, same time, same place. I finally broke down and started researching the previous owners. Their names were Robert and Margaret Whitfield. They'd lived in the house for 47 years. According to the local paper's obituary, they died on the same day, April 15th. The article didn't specify how, just that they passed peacefully at home. But then I ran into Mrs. Abernathy, who lives 3 doors down. Sweet old lady, lived here forever. When I mentioned we bought the Whitfield place, her face changed. She told me everyone suspected carbon monoxide poisoning. Both chimney flues were rusted shut, and they'd been running their gas fireplace during a cold snap. The fire department found them both in bed, like they'd just gone to sleep and never woken up. Here's the kicker. We closed on our house on April 15th, the anniversary of their deaths. I didn't make that connection until months later. The strange thing is, none of this terrifies me the way it probably should. It's more annoying, like having roommates who never pay rent but insist on messing with your stuff. The disturbances happen like clockwork, about once a month, just when we start to think maybe it was all in our heads, something happens again. We've tried everything. I had a local woman who calls herself an energy clearer come through with sage and bells. A pastor from the Methodist church blessed the house. Daniel even had a paranormal investigation team come in with all their equipment. They caught some interesting anomalies, but nothing conclusive. Last week, I was home alone folding laundry when all the cabinet doors in the kitchen opened simultaneously, just swung open slowly, all at once. I didn't run or scream, I just sighed, put down the towel I was folding, and said out loud, "Really, I'm trying to get things done here." Then they all slammed shut, one after another, like dominoes. Daniel wants to sell, but the market's down now and we'd lose money. Plus, who's to say the next place won't have its own issues? At least with these ghosts, we know their patterns. Sometimes at night I feel someone sit on the edge of the bed. The mattress actually depresses, like there's weight there. The first few times it happened, I'd wake Daniel in a panic. Now I just mutter good night and roll over. We've learned to live with our unexpected roommates. They don't seem malicious, just present, like they're not quite ready to leave their home of nearly 5 decades. I get it. I'd probably haunt this place too if I died here. The only thing that still truly unnerves me is what happened last month. I was going through old boxes in the garage and found a photo album the previous owner's estate must have missed. In it was a picture of Robert and Margaret standing in front of our fireplace. Margaret was holding a king-sized quilt she'd apparently made, the exact pattern of our missing comforter. In the background of the photo, barely visible on their mantel, was an owl figurine. We don't have answers. We probably never will. But every time the doorbell rings with no one there, or Netflix starts playing by itself, I just say, "We know you're here. This is our home too now." Sometimes I swear the disturbances stop for a while after that. I guess some houses come with more than just property taxes and maintenance costs. Some come with previous occupants who never quite moved out. Story 8. I've never been the type to get scared easily. Growing up in a small town in Pennsylvania where nothing exciting ever happens kind of conditions you that way. But what happened to me 3 months ago completely changed how I feel about being alone in my house. I still can't sleep without checking all the locks twice, and I keep my phone charged and within reach at all times. It was mid-October, right when the weather was starting to get really nasty. My parents had this anniversary party to go to for their friends who've been married for 25 years. I remember being annoyed because they'd been talking about it for weeks. What to wear, what gift to bring, all that stuff. They'd known these people since before I was born, so it was a big deal to them. I was 17, perfectly capable of staying home alone for a night, so we didn't even discuss me going with them or staying somewhere else. The party was about an hour away, and with the weather forecast showing storms, my parents decided to leave early around 4 in the afternoon. Mom left me money for pizza and made me promise to lock up after they left. She was always paranoid about that kind of thing, which I used to find annoying. Now I understand why. "We'll probably be back around midnight," my dad said as they were heading out. "Later, if the roads get bad, call us if you need anything." I remember rolling my eyes and telling them to have fun, already thinking about having the whole house to myself. Our house isn't anything special, just a 2-story home built in the 80s with a finished basement sitting on about half an acre of land. The closest neighbors are the Millers, who live about a quarter-mile down the road. Not super isolated, but not exactly within screaming distance either. The storm started rolling in around 6. At first it was just light rain tapping against the windows, but by 7 it had turned into a full-on downpour with thunder rumbling in the distance. I ordered pizza before the weather got too bad and settled in for a Netflix marathon on the living room couch. The delivery guy looked miserable when he showed up, completely soaked from the short walk from his car to our front door. "Crazy night to be alone," he said as I paid him. Something about the way he said it made me uncomfortable, but I brushed it off. He was probably just making conversation. By 8:30, the storm was directly overhead. The house kept creaking from the wind, and lightning flashed so bright it lit up the entire living room every few minutes. I was halfway through my second movie when the lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. "Great," I muttered, fumbling for my phone to turn on the flashlight. Power outages aren't unusual in our area when storms hit, but they're still annoying. I found some candles in the kitchen drawer and lit a few around the living room, then grabbed a blanket and decided to just scroll through my phone until the power came back. That's when I first heard it. Tap, tap, tap. It came from the window behind the TV. At first, I thought it was just the rain or maybe a branch hitting the glass. Our house has these tall oak trees around it, and their branches sometimes scrape against the windows when it's windy. But after a few minutes, I noticed the tapping had a rhythm to it. It wasn't random like raindrops or branches would be. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. I muted my phone and listened. The sound stopped for about 30 seconds, and I started to think I'd imagined it. Then it started again, this time from the window in the dining room on the other side of the house. Tap, tap, tap. My heart started beating faster. No branch could move from one side of the house to the other that quickly. I sat perfectly still, straining to hear over the sound of the rain and thunder. Maybe it was hail, but the weather report hadn't mentioned hail, and anyway, hail doesn't move around the house in a pattern. I got up slowly and moved to the living room window, keeping close to the wall. The rain was coming down in sheets, making it hard to see anything outside. I couldn't spot any branches that might be hitting the house. Just as I was about to step away, lightning flashed, and for a split second, the entire front yard was illuminated. That's when I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of our property, just where the yard meets the tree line. It was too dark to make out any features, but it was definitely person-shaped, and it was definitely looking toward the house, toward me. I jumped back from the window, my heart pounding in my chest. It could have been a trick of the light or my imagination working overtime because of the storm. Maybe a neighbor had lost power too and was checking if ours was out. But at 9 at night, in a downpour, I grabbed my phone and called my parents, but it went straight to voicemail. The party was probably too loud for them to hear their phones. I texted my mom, "Power's out. Think I saw someone in the yard. Probably nothing but kind of freaked out." I didn't want to sound too alarmed and make them leave the party early, especially since I wasn't even sure what I'd seen. While I waited for a response, I went around making sure all the doors and windows were locked. Our house has a front door, a back door off the kitchen, and a side door leading to the garage. All of them were locked, which made me feel a little better, until I heard the tapping again, this time at the kitchen window, right above the sink. Tap, tap, tap. I froze halfway between the living room and kitchen. This wasn't my imagination. Someone was outside, moving around the house, tapping on the windows. I backed away from the kitchen, not wanting to get close to the window. My phone buzzed in my hand, making me jump. It was my mom. "Everything okay? Want us to come home?" I stared at the message, not sure how to respond. I didn't want to ruin their night, but I was getting genuinely scared now. Before I could decide what to write, I heard something that made my blood run cold. The back door handle was rattling. Someone was trying to get in. I ran to the front of the house, as far from the kitchen as I could get, and dialed 911 with shaking hands. The dispatcher answered after 2 rings. "911, what's your emergency?" "There's someone outside my house," I whispered, afraid that whoever it was might hear me. "My parents aren't home, and someone is tapping on the windows and trying to get in the back door." "What's your address, ma'am?" the dispatcher asked, her voice calm. I gave her our address, still whispering, and explained the situation, that I was alone during the power outage and someone was circling the house. "Are all your doors and windows locked?" she asked. "Yes," I said, then heard a thud from somewhere near the back of the house. I think they're trying to break in. Please hurry." "Officers are on their way," she assured me. "They should be there in about 10 minutes. Can you find a secure room to wait in? Preferably one with a lock." My parents' bedroom had a lock on the door. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the drawer and ran upstairs, phone still pressed to my ear. Once inside their room, I locked the door and pushed their dresser in front of it for good measure. "I'm in my parents' room," I told the dispatcher, my voice breaking. I can still hear them downstairs. And I could. Footsteps moving slowly around the perimeter of the house. Occasional tapping on windows, the back door handle rattling again. Whoever it was wasn't even trying to be quiet anymore. "Stay on the line with me," the dispatcher said. "The officers are almost there." I sat on the floor between the bed and the wall, knife clutched in one hand, phone in the other. The footsteps seemed to be everywhere now, on the back deck, along the side of the house, under the windows. At one point I heard what sounded like someone climbing the trellis that runs up the side of the house to just below my parents' bedroom window. Then came the tapping right outside the window I was hiding beneath. Tap, tap, tap. I stopped breathing, pressing myself against the wall, terrified that if I made any sound, whoever was out there would know exactly where I was hiding. The tapping continued, more insistent this time. "I think they're right outside the window," I whispered to the dispatcher, tears streaming down my face. "The officers should be pulling up any minute," she replied. "Just stay where you are." Almost as if on cue, I heard sirens in the distance, growing louder as they approached our house. The tapping stopped immediately. I heard rapid footsteps, like someone running away from the house and into the woods behind our property. When the police cars pulled into our driveway, their lights cutting through the darkness and rain, I nearly collapsed with relief. The dispatcher told me to stay put until the officers had checked the house and yard, which I was more than happy to do. I heard them enter the house, calling out to announce themselves. Only when one of them knocked on the bedroom door did I finally move the dresser and unlock it. 2 officers stood there, rain-soaked and serious-faced. "Are you all right, miss?" the older one asked, while the younger one glanced around the room, taking in the knife in my hand and probably my tear-streaked face. I nodded, still too shaken to speak properly, and followed them downstairs. 4 officers total had responded to the call. 2 were searching the house, while the other 2 had been checking the yard and surrounding area. "We didn't find anyone outside," the younger officer told me as we reached the living room. "The rains made it difficult to see any footprints, but we'll do another sweep." I told them everything about the tapping pattern, the figure I'd seen by the tree line, the rattling door handle, the footsteps around the house. They took notes and looked appropriately concerned, but I could tell they weren't sure what to make of my story. "The storm can play tricks on you," the older officer said gently. "Tree branches, debris blowing around. It can sound like someone's out there when it's just the wind." But I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. They stayed for about an hour, checking every window and door for signs of tampering. They found nothing. No footprints, no broken locks, no evidence that anyone had been trying to get in. One of the officers even climbed up to check the roof and gutters, thinking perhaps debris had been causing the tapping sounds. "Everything looks secure," the older officer said as they prepared to leave. "We'll have a patrol car drive by throughout the night, just to be safe. Is there someone you can call to stay with you until your parents get home?" I called my parents, who immediately said they were leaving the party and would be home as soon as possible. The officers waited with me until my parents' car pulled into the driveway about 45 minutes later. My mom rushed in and hugged me while my dad spoke with the police. They explained the situation and assured him they'd found no evidence of an intruder, but would keep an eye on the house for the next few days. After they left, I told my parents everything, including the parts I'd been too scared to fully explain to the police. How deliberate the tapping had been, how it had followed a pattern, how it had moved from window to window, as if someone was trying to find a way to see me better. My dad checked the house again, and my mom made me hot chocolate like I was a little kid, but I could tell they weren't sure whether to believe me or not. The power came back on around 2 in the morning, but I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, my dad found something the police had missed. Near the back door, partially washed away by the rain, was a single muddy footprint, too large to belong to me or my mom, and my dad had been wearing dress shoes that wouldn't leave that kind of print. We called the police again, and they took pictures, but said it wasn't enough to go on. Could have been a delivery person, they said, or someone who had come to the wrong house and realized their mistake. But I know what happened that night. I know someone was watching me, circling our house, trying to get in. I don't know what they wanted or why they chose our house, but 3 months later, I still can't shake the feeling that they're out there somewhere, waiting for another stormy night when I might be alone again. I check the locks twice now. I don't sit near windows after dark, and when it rains, I still hear that tapping, even when I know there's nothing there. Tap, tap, tap. Story 9. I still can't sleep right. It's been 3 months since that night on Red Hollow Road, and I keep my bedroom light on like a damn child. My girlfriend thinks I'm being ridiculous, but she wasn't there. She didn't see what I saw. I've been a photographer for about 7 years now, mostly doing freelance work for local businesses and the occasional wedding. Nature photography is my real passion though, which is why I've spent countless hours driving the back roads of rural Pennsylvania. Growing up in Silverdale County, I know these roads like the back of my hand. At least, I thought I did. That Friday in late October started normal enough. I'd spent the afternoon at my parents' place, helping my dad split firewood for the winter and having dinner with them. It was nearly 9 o'clock by the time I left, and I needed to get back to my apartment in Westbrook, about an hour and a half away. I'd normally take Route 88, but there had been construction for weeks, adding at least 30 minutes to the drive. So I decided to cut through Red Hollow Road instead. Anyone from Silverdale knows about Red Hollow. It's this 20-mile stretch of winding road that cuts through dense forest, connecting a few tiny towns that most people couldn't find on a map. No streetlights, barely any houses, and patchy cell service at best. During the day, it's actually pretty beautiful, the kind of place I'd normally stop to take photos. But at night, it's like driving through a tunnel of pure darkness. I'd driven Red Hollow plenty of times before, but always with a sense of unease after dark. That night, though, something felt different right from the start. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, and even with my high beams on, I could barely see 20 feet ahead. The trees seemed to lean over the road, creating this claustrophobic feeling I'd never noticed before. About 5 miles in, my radio started acting up. The classic rock station I'd been listening to dissolved into static, which wasn't unusual for these parts. What was weird was that when I tried to find another station, the dial just kept spinning through static. I eventually gave up and turned it off, leaving me in complete silence except for the hum of my engine and the occasional crunch of leaves under my tires. That's when I first noticed the movement. It was just at the edge of my vision, a flash of something tall and thin, moving parallel to my car just beyond the tree line. I slowed down instinctively, thinking it was probably a deer. We get tons of them out here, and hitting one could total your car. But when I looked directly toward where I'd seen the movement, there was nothing there. I shook it off and kept driving, bumping my speed back up to about 45. Red Hollow has these sharp curves that make it dangerous to go much faster, especially at night. A few minutes later, I caught that movement again, this time closer to the road. It didn't move like a deer. It was too tall, too deliberate. Again, when I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. By this point, my knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I'm not usually the jumpy type, but something about this was getting under my skin. I decided to just focus on the road and get through as quickly as possible. Then the temperature in my car dropped suddenly. I mean, dropped. I could see my breath fogging in front of me, even though my heater was still blasting. The windows started to fog up too, forcing me to slow down even more as I tried to wipe the condensation from my windshield. I glanced at the temperature gauge on my dashboard. It had fallen from 68 degrees to 41 in a matter of seconds. That's when I felt it. this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone in my car anymore. I almost drove off the road when I looked over and saw a shadowy mass starting to materialize in my passenger seat. It wasn't fully formed, more like a dense, swirling darkness that was gradually taking shape. I couldn't make out any features, but it was undeniably there, and undeniably not supposed to be. I slammed on my brakes and skidded to a stop, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The moment the car stopped moving, the shadow vanished like someone had flipped a switch. The temperature began to climb back to normal almost instantly. For a few seconds, I just sat there trying to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Sleep deprivation maybe, or some weird effect from the fog and the darkness. I was about to put the car back in drive when movement outside my window caught my eye. Standing no more than 5 feet from my driver's side door was a figure, tall, easily 7 feet, and unnaturally thin, like someone had stretched a normal person vertically. I couldn't see a face, just a dark void where features should have been. It wasn't wearing clothes exactly, more like it was draped in shadows that seemed to move independently of the figure itself. I froze, completely froze. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't even blink. It was like my brain had short-circuited from terror. The figure just stood there for what felt like eternity but was probably only seconds. Then slowly it began to lean down toward my window. That broke my paralysis. I slammed my foot on the gas so hard the tires squealed and my old Honda lurched forward. I didn't look back, didn't check my mirrors, just focused on getting the hell away from whatever that thing was. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the car on the road as I took the curves way faster than was safe. The whole time, I kept catching glimpses of movement in the trees alongside me, keeping pace with my car even as I pushed 60 on roads where 45 was dangerous. I was convinced if I crashed, that thing would be waiting for me when I crawled out of the wreckage. About halfway through Red Hollow, there's this old abandoned gas station, just a crumbling concrete structure that's been empty for decades. As I approached it, my headlights illuminated multiple figures standing in front of it, all with the same tall, thin proportions as the one I'd seen by my car. They didn't move as I sped past, just seemed to watch me with those featureless faces. I've never been more terrified in my life. I felt like I was going to throw up or pass out. But somehow I kept driving. The road seemed to stretch on forever, each mile feeling like 10. The dashboard clock said only 20 minutes had passed since I'd entered Red Hollow, but it felt like hours. Finally, I saw the lights of the highway ahead. The moment my tires hit that asphalt, it was like crossing some invisible boundary. The oppressive feeling lifted. My radio suddenly came back on blasting "Don't Fear the Reaper." I'm not kidding. And when I checked my mirrors, the road behind me was empty. I drove all the way home with every light in my car on, constantly checking my mirrors and the back seat. When I finally got to my apartment, I sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes, afraid to get out of my car. What if that thing had somehow followed me home? What if it was waiting just beyond the reach of the parking lot lights? Eventually, I made a mad dash for my apartment building, fumbling with my keys like an idiot as I kept looking over my shoulder. Once inside, I turned on every single light and checked every closet, under my bed, behind the shower curtain, anywhere something could hide. I didn't sleep at all that night, or much the next night either. I tried to tell my girlfriend what happened, but I could tell she didn't believe me. She thought I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and had some kind of waking nightmare. Maybe she's right. God, I hope she's right. But here's the thing. I haven't driven on any back roads since that night, especially not after dark. I take the highway everywhere now, even if it means an extra hour of driving. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I'm driving at night, I catch movement in my peripheral vision, a tall, thin shape just at the edge of where my headlights reach. I've looked up the history of Red Hollow Road since then. There have been a weirdly high number of disappearances along that stretch over the years, mostly single drivers, mostly at night. The official explanations range from accidents to people running away from their lives, but the locals have all kinds of stories. They talk about the Watchers or the Hollow Men, entities that have supposedly haunted those woods for generations. Before that night, I would have laughed at those stories. Now, I keep a light on when I sleep. I avoid dark places, and I will never, ever drive down Red Hollow Road again. I don't know what that thing was, or why it seemed so interested in me. Was it trying to communicate, to harm me, to take my place? I don't have answers, just questions that keep me up at night. All I know is that for those 20 miles, I glimpsed something that shouldn't exist, something that waits just beyond the boundaries of what we can normally perceive, and I'm terrified that one day I'll look over and see that shadowy form materializing in my passenger seat again. Story 10. I've been wanting to get this off my chest for years now. I've told a couple close friends, but most people either think I'm making this up or they try to explain it away with logical explanations. Thing is, there was nothing logical about what happened that day. This all went down back in 2011 when I was 15. I grew up in rural Appalachian, Ohio, the kind of place where your nearest neighbor might be a mile away, and cell reception was something you'd only get if you stood on a specific rock on a specific hill and held your phone at just the right angle. My grandma had this old farmhouse on about 80 acres of land, mostly dense woodland. We're talking proper isolation here, the kind where you can scream at the top of your lungs and nobody would hear you. Our family would gather at Grandma's place pretty much every Sunday for dinner. It was tradition. All the cousins would be there, aunts, uncles, the whole 9 yards. Nothing unusual about that particular Sunday in late October. The weather was getting colder, leaves were changing, and there was that smell in the air. You know, that distinct fall smell that's kind of earthy and crisp at the same time. After dinner, most of the adults were in the living room talking about boring adult stuff, while us kids were either playing video games or hanging out on the porch. My little cousin Jimmy, not his real name, was about 6 or 7 at the time. His family lived on the other side of the woods, probably a 15-minute walk through a well-worn trail that connected our properties. Jimmy had walked this trail hundreds of times with his parents and occasionally alone during daylight hours. I was sitting on the porch steps scrolling through my iPod when Jimmy came running up to me, his face pale and his eyes wide. At first I thought he'd fallen or something, but he wasn't crying. He looked scared. "Marcus," he said, his voice shaking a little. "I tried to walk home through the trail, but there's something weird in the woods." I remember rolling my eyes. Jimmy was always coming up with stories or exaggerating things. Last month it was a giant snake that turned out to be a harmless garter snake about the size of a pencil. What was it? A deer? A raccoon? I asked, not even looking up from my iPod. "No, it's standing there. It's big and black and watching me." Something in his voice made me look up. The kid was genuinely scared. His hands were trembling, and he kept looking back toward the trailhead, which started about 50 yards from Grandma's back porch. "It's probably just a bear," I said, though we both knew black bears weren't super common in our area. Not impossible, but not an everyday sight either. Jimmy shook his head firmly. "It's not a bear. It doesn't have a face like a bear. Please just come look." I sighed and got up. I figured I'd walk him to the trail, show him it was probably just a shadow or a tree stump or something, and then go back to my music. I was 15. I had better things to do than chase imaginary monsters in the woods with my little cousin. We walked across the yard toward the trail entrance. Jimmy stayed slightly behind me, pointing ahead. "There," he whispered, "right there at the beginning of the trail." I looked where he was pointing, expecting to see nothing. But there was something there, and the moment I saw it, every hair on my body stood on end. This wasn't a shadow. This wasn't a tree stump. This wasn't anything I'd ever seen before or could explain. Standing just at the edge of the tree line, maybe 20 yards from us, was this thing. It was tall, I'd guess about 7 feet, and it was just black. Not black like a person with dark skin, black like a void, like the absence of light. It had this weird shape, sort of humanoid but not quite right. The proportions were off, and it didn't seem to have any distinct limbs that I could make out from that distance, just this black mass. The worst part was its face. I could make out these small, beady eyes that seemed to be fixed right on us. They weren't glowing or anything dramatic like that. They were just there, watching, and it had this flat, pug-like nose, almost like it had been pushed in. No mouth that I could see, no hair, nothing else recognizable, and it was vibrating, not violently, but like it was shivering slightly, a continuous subtle movement that made it clear this wasn't some inanimate object. This was something alive. I stood there frozen, staring at it. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. It didn't fit into any category of animal or person that I knew. It wasn't a bear, wasn't a person in a costume, unless they were on stilts and wearing some kind of weird full-body suit. Wasn't anything I'd ever seen in real life or even in movies. "Do you see it?" Jimmy whispered, grabbing the back of my shirt. I couldn't even answer at first. My mouth had gone completely dry. Finally, I managed to nod. "Yeah," I whispered back, "I see it." For what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds, we just stood there, staring at it, and it stared back at us. I felt rooted to the spot. Not just scared, but filled with this overwhelming sense of wrongness. Like my brain was screaming that this thing should not exist, should not be here. Then Jimmy tugged hard on my shirt and whispered, "Let's go back," and that broke the spell. I grabbed his hand and we backed away slowly at first, then turned and ran full speed back to the house. We burst through the back door, both of us panting and probably white as sheets. My aunt looked up from the kitchen table where she was playing cards with my mom and a couple other relatives. "What on earth is wrong with you two?" she asked. I tried to explain, but it came out all jumbled. "There's something by the trail. It's big and black and just standing there. It has eyes." My 14-year-old cousin Matt and my 9-year-old cousin Sarah were in the kitchen too, and they immediately perked up. "What are you talking about?" Matt asked, half smirking like he thought we were messing around. "I'm serious," I said, my voice cracking a bit. "There's something weird out there. It's not an animal, at least not any animal I've ever seen." The adults were barely paying attention, assuming we were just playing around. But Matt was curious. "Show me," he said. So the four of us, me, Jimmy, Matt, and Sarah, who didn't want to be left out, went back outside. I was actually relieved to have Matt with us. He was only a year younger than me, but he was taller and always acted tough. If this was some kind of weird prank someone was pulling, he'd be the first to figure it out. We walked back toward the trail, me and Jimmy pointing ahead. "Right there," I said, "by the first big oak tree at the trail entrance." And it was still there, exactly where it had been before, standing perfectly still except for that subtle vibration or shivering. Those small eyes fixed on us. Sarah gasped and grabbed Matt's arm. Matt stopped walking and stared. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. "I don't know," I said, my voice barely audible. "But it's been standing there for at least 5 minutes now, not moving." Matt, trying to act brave, took a single step forward, and that's when it happened. The thing flinched. It was such a sudden movement after being so still that it made all of us jump, and then it seemed to lift off the ground, just slightly, maybe an inch or two for a split second, like a hiccup of gravity. We all freaked out. There's no other way to put it. Sarah screamed, Jimmy started crying, and Matt and I just turned and ran, dragging the younger kids with us back to the house. This time our panic got the adults' attention. My grandpa, a tough old guy who'd lived in those woods his whole life and wasn't afraid of anything, looked up from his newspaper. "What in tarnation is going on with you kids?" he demanded. We all tried to talk at once, but the gist was that there was something weird by the trail and we needed him to come look. Grandpa sighed, that deep, put-upon sigh that adults do when they think kids are being ridiculous. "It's probably just a bear. They're coming down from the hills this time of year looking for food before hibernation." "It's not a bear," I insisted. "Bears don't stand 7 feet tall on 2 legs for minutes at a time, and they don't vibrate." He looked at me like I'd grown a second head. "Vibrate? Please, just come look," Matt said. "It's still there." But Grandpa was in no hurry. He finished reading whatever article he was on, folded his newspaper neatly, and then slowly got up. By this point, a couple of the other adults were listening too, but they were all giving each other those kids and their imaginations looks. It must have been at least an hour after we first spotted the thing when Grandpa finally agreed to walk out there with us. My Uncle Dave came too, carrying a shotgun, which he tried to make seem casual, but obviously wasn't. We led them to the spot where we'd been standing, and I pointed toward the tree line. Right there by that big oak tree at the start of the trail. But there was nothing there. We looked and looked. Grandpa and Uncle Dave even walked all the way to the trail entrance and a little way in, calling back that there was nothing unusual to be seen. "It was right there," I said, my voice desperate even to my own ears. "I swear to God it was right there staring at us." Grandpa put his hand on my shoulder. Sometimes our eyes play tricks on us in the woods, especially this time of evening when the shadows get long. But it hadn't been a shadow or a trick of the light. 4 of us had seen it. 4 of us had watched it flinch and do that weird little hop off the ground. The adults wrote it off completely. By dinner time, they were joking about the Blair Witch of Appalachia and how we'd let our imaginations run wild. Even Matt started to backtrack, saying maybe it had been a weird shadow or a black bear standing up. But I knew what I saw. Jimmy knew too. He refused to walk that trail for months afterward, even with his parents. Sarah had nightmares for weeks. The 3 of us knew it was real, whatever it was. It's been over a decade now, and I still think about that thing sometimes. I've never seen anything like it before or since. I've looked up cryptids and local legends, searched for similar stories online, tried to find any explanation that makes sense. Nothing fits. What haunts me most isn't just what it looked like, though that was disturbing enough. It's the feeling I had when I saw it. There was something deeply, fundamentally wrong about that thing. It triggered some primal part of my brain, some ancient warning system that humans probably developed when we needed to avoid predators in the dark. Pure, instinctual terror. Not the kind you get from a horror movie or a haunted house. The real kind that bypasses your rational mind completely. I don't know what we saw that day. I don't know if it was some undiscovered animal or something else. All I know is that even writing about it now, I can feel my heart racing and my palms getting sweaty. Whatever it was, it didn't belong in our world. And sometimes I lie awake at night and wonder if it's still out there, somewhere in those Appalachian woods, watching and waiting. Story 11. I've never told many people this story. Most wouldn't believe me anyway. And I've spent over 20 years trying to convince myself there's some logical explanation for what I saw, but there isn't. This happened back in 1998 when I was 17. I lived in a pretty ordinary suburban neighborhood in Long Island. You know, the kind with identical houses lined up on both sides of the street, basketball hoops in driveways, that sort of thing. Nothing weird ever happened there. That's part of what makes this so messed up. It was either late September or early October. I remember because school had just started back and the leaves were beginning to change. Football season was in full swing, and a bunch of us had been hanging out at my buddy Mike's place watching college games all day Saturday. Nothing crazy, just chips, soda, and teenage trash talking about our teams. I must have dozed off on Mike's couch sometime around midnight. I woke up suddenly at 3 in the morning according to the VCR clock, disoriented and realizing everyone else had gone to bed. Mike's parents were pretty cool, and they wouldn't have minded if I crashed there, but I had to be at my weekend job at the hardware store by 7 that morning. My boss was a complete hard-ass about punctuality, and I needed that money for my first car, so I decided to just walk home. It wasn't far. Maybe 15 minutes if I took the direct route through the neighborhood. I didn't want to wake anybody up, so I just grabbed my jacket, scribbled a quick note to Mike, and slipped out the front door. The night was windy, but not cold. You know how fall nights can be. That perfect temperature where you don't really need a jacket, but it feels good to wear one anyway. The wind was making the trees creak and sway, sending occasional showers of leaves across the empty streets. There wasn't a single car out. No surprise at 3 a.m. in suburban Long Island. The streetlights were on, but they were those older sodium vapor lights that cast this weird orange glow and left huge dark spaces between them. I remember thinking how strange it was that I'd walked these streets 1,000 times, but they seemed completely different at night. The houses looked unfamiliar, almost like props on a movie set. I was about halfway home, crossing through the intersection at Maple and Highland, not the real street names, but it doesn't matter, when something made me stop. I can't explain it, just this sudden feeling that something wasn't right. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I had this overwhelming urge to look ahead. That's when I saw it. About 2 blocks down, under one of the streetlights, a figure was emerging from the darkness. At first, I thought it was just someone else out late, maybe someone coming home from a night shift or something. But even from that distance, something seemed off about the proportions. I should explain that the street ahead was poorly lit. The working streetlights only illuminated maybe 30% of the road, with large patches of darkness between them. So this figure would appear in a pool of light, then disappear into darkness, then reappear under the next light. As it got closer, moving from one light to the next, I realized what was wrong. This wasn't a normal person, not even close. First, it was dressed entirely in white, not just white clothes, but a glowing, almost luminous white from head to toe. In the orange glow of the streetlights, it should have looked yellowish, but it didn't. It remained this bright, stark white that seemed to give off its own light. But what made my heart practically stop was its size. This thing was huge, impossibly tall. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing at first. It looked like a man in shape and how it moved, but it had to be at least 9 or 10 feet tall, maybe taller. Its arms hung down past where a normal person's knees would be. Its legs took these long, deliberate strides that covered twice the distance a normal person's would. I froze. Completely froze. I couldn't even breathe. It was like my brain short-circuited, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There was no way this thing could be real, but it was right there, moving steadily toward me. What scared me most wasn't just its size, it was how deliberate it seemed. It wasn't just wandering, it was walking with purpose, and that purpose seemed to be in my direction. Its head was fixed forward, looking straight ahead, looking at me. I don't know how long I stood there, probably only seconds, but it felt like forever. Then some primitive part of my brain finally kicked in, screaming at me to run. I didn't even think about it. I spun around and bolted down a side street, away from that thing. I've never been an athletic guy, but I swear I ran faster that night than I ever have in my life. It felt like I was barely touching the ground. My feet would hit for a split second, and then I'd be airborne again. I was practically soaring. The sound of my heart was deafening, thump, 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 thump in my ears, drowning out even the sound of my feet hitting the pavement. My lungs were burning, but I didn't slow down, couldn't slow down, because what if that thing was following me? I took a completely different route home, zigzagging through side streets, cutting through a couple of yards. I had this overwhelming feeling that I needed to be unpredictable, that if I took a straight path, that thing would intercept me. When I finally reached my street, I slowed just enough to look back over my shoulder. And there it was, just passing under a streetlight at the second intersection back. It had kept coming, following my original route. Its head, I swear this is true, reached the middle of a stop sign as it passed by it. The middle of a stop sign. I sprinted the last 50 yards to my house, fumbled with my key so badly that I dropped it twice, and finally burst through the front door. I slammed it shut behind me and locked it, then ran around, checking that all the windows and the back door were locked too. I was gasping for air, covered in sweat and shaking so hard I could barely function. I ended up sitting in the darkened living room with my dad's baseball bat across my knees until sunrise. I never heard anything outside, no footsteps, no attempt at the door, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it knew exactly where I was. The next day, after I got off work, I went back to that intersection with a tape measure. I felt ridiculous doing it, but I had to know. I measured from the ground to the middle of that stop sign, 10.5 feet. 10.5 feet. A normal stop sign is 7 feet tall, meaning the top is at 7 feet. The middle would be around 3.5 feet off the ground, so whatever I saw had a height of about 10.5 feet. That's not possible. I know it's not possible, but I saw it. I spent weeks coming up with explanations. Maybe it was someone on stilts, but the proportions were all wrong, and who walks around a suburban neighborhood at 3 a.m. on stilts? Maybe it was some kind of optical illusion caused by the street lights, but that doesn't explain how it moved, how it seemed to be following me. Maybe I was overtired and hallucinated, but I wasn't on any medication, hadn't been drinking, hadn't taken any drugs. I was completely sober. I never told my parents, tried to tell Mike once, but he laughed it off and made some joke about me watching too many X-Files episodes. After a while, I stopped trying to tell anyone, but I never stopped thinking about it. For months afterward, I refused to be out after dark. I'd make up excuses, find reasons to stay home or get rides everywhere. Even now, more than 20 years later, I get this sick feeling in my stomach when I have to walk alone at night. The question that still haunts me isn't just what I saw, but why? Why would something like that be walking through a residential neighborhood in the middle of the night? What was it doing there, and what would have happened if I hadn't run? Sometimes I wonder if anyone else ever saw it, if there are other people out there with the same experience who, like me, stay quiet because they don't want people thinking they're crazy. I've researched similar sightings over the years, found a few accounts of extremely tall white figures, but nothing that matches exactly what I saw, nothing that gives me any answers. I'm 39 now, I've got kids of my own, a good job, a normal life. But sometimes, when I'm driving home late and see a streetlight flickering in the distance, my heart starts racing, and I find myself scanning the pools of light ahead, terrified that I'll see that glowing white figure again, reaching up to the middle of a stop sign with its impossible height, walking with deliberate purpose toward me. I still don't know what it was. I still don't know what it wanted, and the worst part is, I don't know if it's still out there. Story 12. I don't usually talk about this stuff because people either think I'm making it up or they get all weird and start avoiding me. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe some of you have experienced similar things. Back in 2013, I moved into this apartment complex in eastern Tennessee. It wasn't anything fancy, just your standard two-bedroom with beige walls and carpet that had seen better days. The rent was cheap, which was perfect for me since I was between jobs at the time. What the landlord conveniently forgot to mention during the tour was why the rent was so affordable. About 3 weeks after moving in, I was chatting with Mrs. Kelly, this sweet old lady who lived across the hall. She'd brought me homemade banana bread, which was amazing, and mentioned casually, like she was talking about the weather, that the complex was built on an old homestead where a family had died back in the 1950s. According to her, the bodies had been relocated to make way for the development, but there was this one spot next to the office building that the landscapers wouldn't touch. The grass there was always perfect, vibrant green even in drought, never needed mowing, and no one ever walked there. Even the maintenance guys went around it. I laughed it off at first. I mean, I've always been somewhat open to the idea of ghosts, but I'd never experienced anything firsthand. That changed pretty quickly. The first incident happened when I was unpacking. I was alone in the apartment, hanging clothes in my closet, when something, and I swear I'm not making this up, something hard hit me right in the back of the head. It wasn't like a tap. It was forceful enough to make me stumble forward. I spun around expecting to see, I don't know what. But there was nothing there. No open windows, no falling objects, nothing that could have hit me. I was freaked out, and honestly pretty pissed off. Something in me just snapped, and I yelled out, "Listen up. This is my apartment now, and I don't appreciate being assaulted. I will sage your ass out of existence if you try that again." I felt ridiculous afterwards, standing there yelling at empty air, but weirdly, the physical stuff stopped after that, like completely. I never got hit or pushed or anything like that again. But that didn't mean I was alone. About a month after moving in, I started noticing this presence. It's hard to explain if you haven't felt it, but it was like the air would get heavy in certain parts of the apartment. The bathroom was the worst. I'd be showering and suddenly feel like someone was standing right outside the curtain, watching. I'd whip the curtain back, heart pounding, but there was never anyone there. Then the noises started. At first it was just the occasional thump or creak that I could write off as normal apartment sounds. But then I began hearing a child giggling, always at 2 in the morning, always coming from the spare bedroom that I was using as an office. The first time it happened, I nearly had a heart attack. I jumped out of bed, turned on all the lights, and checked every closet, under the bed, behind the furniture. Anywhere a child could hide, nothing. After that, it became almost routine. 2 a.m., like clockwork, that soft giggle. Sometimes it sounded like it was right next to my ear. Other times, it seemed to be coming from the corner of the room. I started leaving my TV on just to drown it out. But the weirdest thing, and I have actual evidence of this, was the humming man. I never saw him, but I could hear this deep melodic humming that would move around my apartment. It always sounded like old hymns or folk songs, nothing I recognized specifically. After weeks of this, I decided to try recording it. I set up my laptop to record overnight, and sure enough, around 3:15 in the morning, the humming started. When I played back the recording the next day, there it was, clear as day, a deep male voice humming a slow, melancholy tune that made the hair on my arms stand up. I still have that recording somewhere on an old hard drive, but honestly, I'm not sure I want to find it. Then there was the ghost cat. I don't even know how to explain this one. I'd feel something jump on my bed at night, feel the weight of it walking across the mattress, even feel it curling up against my legs. The first few times I'd bolt upright thinking a stray had somehow gotten in, but there was never anything there, just the distinct sensation of a cat-sized creature moving around. Eventually I got used to it and even found it comforting in a weird way. I'd sometimes say goodnight to it before falling asleep. By about 6 months in, I'd settled into a strange coexistence with whatever entities were sharing my space. I wasn't exactly comfortable with them, but I wasn't terrified anymore either. They had their routines, I had mine, and as long as nothing was throwing things at my head, I could deal with it. I worked from home most days, so I ordered a lot of delivery, like a lot. The pizza place 3 blocks over practically had a dedicated driver for me. His name was Ethan, mid-20s guy with a beard and a University of Tennessee cap he always wore. Nice dude. We'd chat for a minute when he'd drop off my usual order, large pepperoni with extra cheese and garlic knots. He'd been delivering to me at least twice a week for months, so we had a casual friendliness going. Then came that night in October. It was a Thursday, I remember, because I'd been on conference calls all day and was mentally drained. I ordered my usual around 7 in the evening. When the buzzer rang about 40 minutes later, I wasn't surprised to see Ethan through the peephole. I opened the door and everything seemed normal at first. He had his usual friendly smile, the same "Hey Madison" greeting. I smiled back, reached for my wallet on the side table by the door. That's when I noticed his expression change. It wasn't subtle. His entire face just dropped. The color drained from his skin so fast I thought he might pass out. His eyes widened, fixed on something behind me, over my left shoulder. His whole body went rigid and I swear I could see him trembling. "Are you alone?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, shaking noticeably. I remember feeling confused but amused. Living with ghosts for months had really desensitized me, I guess. "Yeah," I replied with a small laugh, thinking maybe he was joking around. He wasn't joking. Without another word, he thrust the pizza box into my hand so forcefully I had to take a step back. I held out a 20 for him, the order was $15 and change, and he snatched it from my hand without even looking at it. "No, keep the change, no receipt, nothing." Then he turned and bolted, not walked, not hurried, but full on, sprinted down the hallway toward the stairs. I could hear his footsteps pounding down the stairwell instead of waiting for the elevator. I stood there for a moment, pizza in hand, utterly bewildered. Then a chill ran through me as I realized what must have happened. Something, one of my unseen roommates, had shown itself to Ethan. Something he could see that I couldn't. I closed the door slowly and turned around to face my empty apartment. The living room looked exactly as I'd left it. TV paused on an episode of Breaking Bad, my laptop open on the coffee table, half-empty glass of water beside it. Nothing visibly out of place, nothing that would cause someone to react with such terror. "Really, guys, don't do that," I said aloud, feeling slightly ridiculous but also genuinely annoyed. "That guy brings me food. I need him to keep coming back." No response, of course, just the soft hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of a neighbor's television. I ate my pizza in uneasy silence that night, constantly glancing over my shoulder, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever had frightened Ethan so badly. He never delivered to me again. I kept ordering from the same place, but it was always different drivers after that night. When I finally asked one of them about Ethan, the guy just shrugged and said Ethan had requested never to deliver to my building again, not just my apartment, the entire building. The worst part is not knowing what he saw. Was it the giggling child, the humming man, or something else entirely that had been there all along, watching me, that I'd never noticed? The thought that something could be standing right behind me, visible to others but not to me, still makes my skin crawl. I moved out of that apartment 6 months later when I got a job offer in another state. On my last night there, after the movers had taken everything except my air mattress and overnight bag, I stood in the empty living room and actually said goodbye to them. Crazy, right? But it felt necessary somehow. I'm leaving tomorrow, I announced to the empty space. The place is yours again. Thanks for not throwing anything at me after that first time. I swear the air felt different after I said it, lighter somehow, like a tension I hadn't even realized was there had suddenly lifted. I slept soundly that night, without the usual noises or sensations. As I was doing my final walk through the next morning, making sure I hadn't forgotten anything, I noticed something that stopped me in my tracks. There, on the counter in the kitchen, was a penny. Just a single penny, heads up. I know. It wasn't there the night before. I'd wiped down that counter before going to sleep. I left it there. It didn't feel right to take it. Sometimes I wonder about the new tenants, if they experienced the same things I did. I've thought about trying to find them, to warn them, or just to ask if they've met my old roommates. But what would I even say? Hey, watch out for the invisible man who hums at 3 a.m. and whatever terrifying thing lurks behind your left shoulder. To this day, I still can't explain what Ethan saw that night. Part of me doesn't want to know, but sometimes when I'm alone in my new place and the apartment gets too quiet, I find myself missing the giggling child and even the ghost cat. Not enough to go back, though. Never enough to go back. Story 13. I've never told anyone the whole story of what happened to me at the Maplewood Harvest Festival back in 2016. I've tried to forget it, tried to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks. But every autumn when the air gets crisp and the leaves start to turn, I feel it again. That pull, that connection that I never asked for and can't seem to break. I was 23 that year, home from college, and looking for ways to reconnect with my hometown. Volunteering at the Harvest Festival seemed perfect. I'd gone every year as a kid, and the nostalgia hit me hard. I signed up to help with the corn maze setup, which mainly involved checking the paths were clear and hanging up some decorative lanterns. The maze was massive that year, about 5 acres of dense cornfield with winding paths cut through it. The corn was crazy tall too, way over my head, blocking out most of the sky. The organizer, Mr. Caldwell, paired me with this older guy named Frank who'd been helping with the maze for years. He showed me the map and explained how to mark the paths with colored ribbons. "Don't wander off the marked trails," Frank warned, not looking up from his clipboard. "Some parts of this field haven't been properly maintained. We're only using the western section for the festival." It was a gorgeous autumn day, not too cold, with that perfect golden sunlight filtering through the corn. For the first couple of hours, everything was completely normal. I hung lanterns, checked for any debris blocking the paths, and made sure the scare props, mostly just scarecrows and fake spiders, were secured properly. Then I noticed something weird. At one of the turns near what was supposed to be a dead end, I saw what looked like another path, narrower and obviously not part of the official maze. The corn looked different there too. Taller, darker, more densely packed. Something about it made the hair on my arms stand up, but I was curious. I stepped a few feet down this unmarked path and spotted an old wooden sign half buried in the dirt. I pulled it up to read the faded letters, "Warning, stay out." The wood was aged and weathered like it had been there for decades. I should have listened to it. God, why didn't I listen? Instead, I pushed deeper into the corn, telling myself I was just making sure there weren't any hazards that could cause problems during the festival. The further I went, the more disoriented I felt. The sounds of the other volunteers setting up the festival, their voices, the distant tractor engines, even the music playing over the speakers, all of it just stopped, like someone had hit mute on the world. The air felt different too, heavier, colder. I remember checking my phone for the time and seeing it was just after 2 in the afternoon, but the light around me had dimmed like it was dusk. I tried to turn around to head back to the main path, but nothing looked familiar anymore. That's when I first felt it watching me. I can't explain how I knew, just this overwhelming sensation of eyes on me, of something aware of my presence. I started walking faster, pushing through the corn, my heart racing. The stalks seemed to grab at my clothes, scratching my skin. I was convinced I'd get completely lost in there. After what felt like an hour but was probably only 10 minutes, I stumbled out into a small clearing I didn't recognize, and across from me, partially hidden in the shadows of the corn, was a figure. At first, I thought it was another volunteer, maybe Frank looking for me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strange and muffled in the dense air. The figure didn't move or respond. As my eyes adjusted to the shadows, I could make out more details, and my blood went cold. It was tall, unnaturally tall, with a gaunt frame draped in what looked like tattered dark clothing. Its face, I couldn't see clearly, but what I could see wasn't right. Its eyes were just empty, like looking into holes cut into reality. Not black, not any color, just absence. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran blindly through the corn. I don't know how I found my way out, but suddenly I was back on the main path, gasping for breath, the sounds of the festival preparations rushing back like someone had unmuted the world. Frank found me sitting on a hay bale, trying to stop shaking. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost," he said, handing me a bottle of water. I tried to explain what happened, but the words sounded ridiculous even to me. Frank frowned and said that section of the field had been part of the old Thompson farm before it was incorporated into the festival grounds. "There are stories about that place," he said hesitantly. "Nothing worth repeating, just old-timers' tales. But we keep that section closed off for a reason. I wanted to go home right then, but I'd promised to stay and help until evening." The rest of the afternoon passed without incident, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from the cornfield. As the sun set and the festival opened for the evening, my friends Taylor and Jesse showed up. They'd been coming to the festival with me since we were kids, and they insisted we do the maze together like old times. I tried to make excuses, but they wouldn't hear it. "Come on, Rach. It's tradition," Taylor said, already pulling me toward the entrance. "Plus, Mike and his friends are meeting us in the center for the bonfire." I didn't have the energy to argue, so I went along, telling myself that the maze was filled with people now. Families with kids, teenagers, couples, all laughing and having fun. Nothing bad could happen with so many people around, right? The maze was beautiful at night, with the lanterns I'd helped hang casting a warm glow over the paths. We followed the crowd, taking wrong turns intentionally to prolong the journey. For a while I actually started to relax and enjoy myself. We reached the center clearing where a massive bonfire had been built. Dozens of people gathered around, roasting marshmallows and drinking hot cider. Some older locals were telling ghost stories to wide-eyed kids. It was exactly the kind of wholesome small-town scene that makes you forget the bad stuff for a while. Then the screaming started. It came from the entrance of the maze, sharp and terrified. At first, people thought it was part of the festival, maybe actors hired to scare the participants. But then we heard a loud crash, like something heavy being knocked over, followed by more screams, real ones, filled with genuine fear. The crowd in the clearing went quiet, everyone looking toward the sound. That's when I saw it again. The figure from earlier, standing at the edge of the clearing. The firelight illuminated its form, and I could finally see it clearly. It was impossibly thin, its limbs too long, joints bent at unnatural angles. The tattered clothing I'd seen earlier wasn't clothing at all, but something like dried corn husks and mud clinging to its pale skin. Its face was gaunt, with hollow cheeks, and those eyes, God, those eyes, like looking into empty sockets that somehow still saw everything. Someone near me whispered, "What the hell is that?" And the figure's head snapped in our direction, moving too fast, too fluid. Then it lunged forward. Everything erupted into chaos. People scattered, pushing and shoving to get away. Children were crying, parents grabbing their kids and running blindly into the maze. The festival staff tried to create order, but they were just as panicked as everyone else. In the confusion, I got separated from my friends. I found myself alone on one of the maze paths, the sounds of panic growing distant. The lantern light flickered, casting long shadows through the corn. I stood frozen, unable to move, certain that whatever that thing was, it would find me. I heard the corn rustling behind me, that distinct sound of stalks being pushed aside by something moving through them. Slowly, I turned around. Nothing was there, but the rustling continued, circling around me. I backed up against the corn wall, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Rachel." Taylor's voice cut through my panic. She appeared at the turn ahead, her face pale with fear. "Thank God. Come on, we need to get out of here." We ran, following the exit signs, eventually stumbling out of the maze where emergency vehicles were already arriving. The festival had descended into complete disorder, with security guards and police trying to figure out what had happened. The official explanation was that some drunk teenagers had knocked over one of the generator lights, causing a small fire that had been quickly extinguished. The figure people reported seeing was dismissed as a prankster in a costume who'd taken advantage of the confusion to scare people. But I knew better, and deep down, I think others did too. The festival ended early that night, and the maze was closed the following day for safety inspections. I tried to forget about it, tried to convince myself it was mass hysteria or an elaborate prank. But exactly 1 year later, on the anniversary of that night, I found myself driving back to Maplewood, drawn by something I couldn't explain. The festival was smaller that year, and they'd moved the corn maze to a different field. The old site was roped off, with signs declaring it under development. But I knew that was just an excuse to keep people away. I parked near the old field entrance and walked along its edge until I found a break in the fence. The corn hadn't been harvested or replanted. It just stood there, dried and dead, rustling in the autumn wind. I found the warning sign again, still partially hidden in the tall grass. I don't know why I went in. Something compelled me, like I was being pulled by an invisible thread. The paths had grown over, but I could still make out where they had been. The air grew still and silent, just like before. In the center of the field, where the clearing had been, I stopped. The remains of the bonfire pit were still visible, now overgrown with weeds. I stood there as the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the dead corn. "I know you're here," I said to the empty field, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want from me?" The rustling started again, subtle at first, then growing louder. The corn parted, and it emerged, the same hollow eyes finding mine across the clearing. This time, I didn't run. I couldn't. It was like my feet had taken root in the soil beneath me. The figure moved closer, its movements fluid yet wrong, like something mimicking human motion without quite understanding it. It stopped a few feet away from me, towering over me, studying me with those empty eyes. I felt something pass between us, not communication exactly, but a kind of recognition, a connection I didn't want but couldn't break. After what seemed like an eternity, it retreated back into the corn, disappearing from sight. I stood there shaking until the stars came out, then somehow found my way back to my car. That was 7 years ago. I've moved away from Maplewood, tried to build a new life far from Ohio, but every autumn I feel the pull. Sometimes I dream of the maze, of those empty eyes watching me. Sometimes I wake up with dirt under my fingernails and the smell of corn on my skin, with no memory of how it got there. I've researched the old Thompson farm, found stories dating back to the 1900s about failed harvests, strange disappearances, rituals performed in the fields to ensure a good crop. Nothing concrete, nothing that explains what I saw. All I know is that whatever was in that corn maze recognized something in me, and now we're connected. I feel it watching me, even now, through miles and years. Waiting. For what? I don't know. And every autumn, the pull gets stronger. Story 14. I've been a nurse for almost 7 years now, and I've spent 5 of those years working nights in the ED at Hillcrest Memorial Hospital. It's a mid-sized hospital in Oak Ridge, one of those small Midwestern towns where everyone knows everyone's business. I'm used to the night shift vibe. It's different than days, quieter, but sometimes more intense when traumas roll in. I've seen my share of awful things: car accidents, drug overdoses, heart attacks, you name it. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, has ever shaken me like what happened in room 6. This all went down last Thursday night just after midnight. November had rolled in with that bone-chilling cold that seeps into everything. The ED was unusually quiet, just a college kid with alcohol poisoning sleeping it off, and an elderly woman waiting for her son to pick her up after we treated her UTI. I was at the nurses' station with Jen, who's been working nights with me for about 3 years. We were catching up on charting and drinking coffee when the call light for room 6 lit up on our board. We both looked up at the same time. "Is someone in 6 inches?" Jen asked me, frowning. I shook my head. "No, it's been empty all night. Housekeeping cleaned it around 10. The thing about room 6 is that it's at the far end of the department, kind of isolated from the other rooms. We don't use it unless we absolutely have to, because it's a pain to monitor from the central station. Plus, it's freezing in there. Maintenance can never seem to regulate the temperature no matter how many work orders we put in." Jen sighed and pushed back from the desk. "Probably just a glitch in the system. I'll check it out." I nodded and went back to my charting. About 2 minutes later, Jen came back looking a little pale. "What's wrong?" I asked. She hesitated. "Nothing. Room's empty. Light must be malfunctioning." I didn't think much of it until the call light went off again about 15 minutes later. Jen and I both stared at the board. "I swear I turned it off," she said, her voice tight. I checked the whole room. "I'll go this time," I told her, getting up, but she grabbed my arm. "Liv, when I went in there, I thought I saw someone standing in the corner." She looked embarrassed. "But when I turned the lights on, there was nothing there." I'll admit, a little shiver ran up my spine, but I laughed it off. "Probably just shadows. That room has terrible lighting." When I got to room 6, the door was closed, which was weird because we always leave them open when rooms are unoccupied. I pushed it open and immediately felt something. It's hard to describe, like when you walk into a room where people have been arguing and you can feel the tension even though nobody's saying anything. The call light button was blinking red on the wall. I walked over and pressed it to reset it, and that's when I felt it. An icy cold patch of air, like walking through a freezer. The hair on my arms stood up. I checked the vents, but nothing was blowing. The window was sealed shut. I did a quick scan of the room, empty stretcher, empty cabinets, everything normal, and got out of there as fast as I could without running. Something just felt wrong. When I got back to the nurses' station, I didn't mention the cold spot to Jen. I didn't want her to think I was feeding into whatever she thought she saw, but I kept glancing at the monitor, half expecting the light to go off again, and it did. 30 minutes later, that damn light lit up like a Christmas tree. "You've got to be kidding me," I muttered. Jen looked up from her computer. Again. She looked genuinely freaked out. By this point, Carla had come on for her shift. She's been working at Hillcrest forever, at least 20 years. Nothing rattles her. "What's going on?" she asked, noticing our expressions. Jen explained about the call light and what she thought she'd seen. I added in my experience with the cold spot. I expected Carla to laugh it off, but instead, she frowned. "That room has always been strange," was all she said. Let's go check it together. The three of us walked down to room 6, and I'm not ashamed to admit we were huddled together like scared teenagers. The hallway seemed longer than usual, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. When we reached the door, Carla pushed it open without hesitation. The room was dark except for the blinking red call light. None of us moved to turn on the overhead lights. "Do you feel that?" Jen whispered. I knew exactly what she meant. The air felt heavy, like there was a pressure pushing down on us. It was hard to breathe, like something was sitting on my chest. Carla reached for the light switch, but before she flipped it, I glanced at the window. The blinds were open, and in the glass reflection, I saw something that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. A dark figure standing just behind us. Not clearly defined, more like a shadow or a smudge in the shape of a person, but definitely there. I gasped and spun around. Nothing, just the empty doorway behind us. "What?" Jen grabbed my arm. "I saw something in the window," I said, my voice barely audible. "A shadow." Carla flipped on the lights, and the room looked perfectly normal. Empty stretcher, clean counters, closed cabinets. But that feeling of being watched, of something being in there with us, didn't go away. We checked everything. The call button, which seemed to be working normally. The vents, which weren't blowing any air. The window, which was securely locked. Nothing explained what we were experiencing. And then it happened. The three of us were standing there, trying to figure out what to do, when the room temperature plummeted. I'm not exaggerating. It dropped so suddenly that we could see our breath fogging in the air. The coldness seemed to concentrate in one corner of the room, the same corner where Jen had said she saw someone standing earlier. "We need to get out of here," Carla said, her usual confidence gone. Her voice shook. As we turned to leave, the lights flickered once, twice, then went out completely. We were plunged into darkness except for the dim emergency light above the door and that persistent red blinking from the call button. That's when we heard it. A long, rattling breath. Not from any of us. It came from the corner where the cold was concentrated. I've never moved so fast in my life. We practically fell over each other getting out of that room. Carla slammed the door behind us, and we ran back to the nurse's station without looking back. What the hell was that? Jen was trembling so hard she could barely speak. None of us had an answer. We spent the rest of the night avoiding room 6. The call light didn't go off again, but I swear I could feel something watching me every time I walked past that hallway. When our shift ended at 7, Dr. Morris, the overnight attending, asked why we hadn't used room 6 for the alcohol poisoning patient, since it would have given him more privacy. We made up some excuse about the call system malfunctioning. As we were leaving, Margaret, the charge nurse for the day shift, caught up with us in the parking lot. She must have seen how shaken we still were. "You had trouble with room 6, didn't you?" she asked quietly. We looked at each other before nodding. Margaret sighed. "It happens sometimes, mostly on quiet nights." "What happens?" I asked. "The call lights, the cold spots, the shadows." She hesitated. "Look, about 10 years ago, before any of you except Carla worked here, an elderly man came in with chest pain in the middle of the night. They put him in room 6 because it was the only one available. He was alone when he coded. By the time they found him, it was too late." "So what? You're saying the room is haunted by this guy?" Jen sounded skeptical, but I could hear the fear underneath. Margaret shrugged. "I'm not saying anything, just that maintenance has checked that room a dozen times. The call system, the heating, everything. They never find anything wrong, but staff keep reporting the same things you experienced." I drove home in a daze that morning. I told myself it was just an old building with faulty wiring and drafty windows, that we'd scared ourselves into hearing and seeing things that weren't there. But I knew better. Whatever was in room 6 was real. I felt it. We all did. I worked last night, another night shift, and I made sure we didn't use room 6. When a trauma came in and we were running out of space, I suggested moving someone to the hallway rather than opening that room. No one questioned me. At one point, I had to get supplies from the storage area near room 6. As I walked past, the door was closed, the room dark as always when it's empty. But I felt it again, that heaviness in the air, that feeling of being watched. And I swear, just as I hurried past, I heard the faintest sound of a call button being pressed. I don't know what's in that room. I don't want to know, but I'm convinced that whoever is there is still waiting for something. Maybe for someone to answer their call, maybe for something else entirely. All I know is that I'll never set foot in room 6 again, and I've started looking for a day shift position. Story 15. I've been sitting on this experience for the past 3 years, but with Halloween approaching, I'm finally going to write it down. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or maybe writing this will help me process what happened. I still can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to. It was Halloween night, 3 years ago. I'd gone to my friend Mike's annual Halloween party. Nothing too wild, just about 30 people in costume drinking and hanging out at his place outside of town. It was a good night until around 11:30, when the fog rolled in. I'd never seen fog like this before. It came out of nowhere and was so thick you could barely see 10 feet in front of you. I remember stepping onto Mike's porch for some air and being genuinely startled by how the light from the windows just disappeared into this wall of white. It wasn't normal. It was like someone had cranked a fog machine up to 11 and pointed it at the house. By midnight, people were starting to leave, trying to beat what everyone was calling this weird-ass fog. I'd only had 1 beer hours earlier, so I was fine to drive. My friends Jake and Sarah had carpooled with someone who'd already had way too much to drink, so I offered them a ride home. "You sure you want to drive in this?" Jake asked, peering out the window. He was dressed as some video game character I didn't recognize, his face paint already smudged. "It's fine," I told him. "I know these roads like the back of my hand." That was true. I'd grown up here, and the route from Mike's place back to town was simple, one long stretch of road through the woods. Then you hit the highway, and 15 minutes later, you're in town. I'd driven it hundreds of times, so we left around 12, the 3 of us piling into my Honda Civic. Sarah was in the passenger seat, Jake in the back. The fog was even thicker than it had looked from inside. My headlights just reflected back at me, barely illuminating the road. I had to drive at maybe 15 miles per hour, hands tight on the wheel, leaning forward to peer through the windshield. "This is some Silent Hill shit," Sarah muttered, wiping condensation from the inside of her window. She was dressed as a witch, her pointy hat now crumpled in her lap. I remember laughing at that, though something about the comparison made me uneasy. The fog seemed to press against the car, like it was alive somehow, curling around us. I had to use the yellow line in the middle of the road as a guide because I couldn't see the edges anymore. We'd been driving for about 10 minutes when it happened. Something darted across the road, something tall and pale that moved too fast for me to get a good look at it. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding slightly. "What the hell?" Jake yelled from the back seat. "Did you guys see that?" I asked, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. "See what?" Sarah asked, turning to me with concern. I thought I saw someone run across the road, but even as I said it, I knew it wasn't a person. Not really. It was too tall, too pale, its movements all wrong. "I didn't see anything," Jake said, but he sounded uncertain. I took a deep breath and started driving again, slower now. The inside of the car felt colder suddenly, and I cranked up the heat. That's when the radio turned on by itself. I never listened to the radio, I always use Spotify, so it startled me when static suddenly burst from the speakers. I reached to turn it off, but before I could, the static cleared for just a moment, and a woman's voice came through, desperate and frightened. "Turn back before it's too late. They're waiting for you. Please, if anyone can hear this, turn around now." The static swallowed her voice again, and I jabbed at the power button until it shut off. "What the fuck was that?" Sarah whispered. "Probably just some Halloween radio special," I said, but my mouth had gone dry. Someone playing a prank. "Yeah," Jake agreed too quickly. "Just a prank." But we all fell silent after that. The fog seemed to thicken even more, if that was possible. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. that something was out there in the white void around us. We should have reached the highway by now, I was sure of it. But the road just kept stretching on through the woods, and the fog showed no signs of lifting. I was about to mention this when Sarah suddenly gasped and pointed to the side of the road. "There's someone standing there." I slowed the car, squinting through the passenger window, and there he was, a gaunt man in old-fashioned clothes, standing perfectly still by the roadside. Even through the fog, I could make out his hollow eyes fixed on our car as we passed. He didn't move, didn't react, just stared with those empty eyes, his face expressionless. "Don't stop," Jake said from the back seat, his voice high with fear. "Keep driving." I didn't need to be told twice. I pressed on the gas, my palms sweaty against the steering wheel. Something was very wrong. We should have hit the highway miles back. This road wasn't supposed to be this long. "Check your phones," I said. "See if you can get GPS working." Sarah pulled out her phone, and I heard Jake doing the same in the back. After a moment, Sarah made a small, frightened sound. "My phone's just showing static," she said. "And the time? It's frozen at 12:05. "Same here," Jake confirmed, his voice shaking slightly. I glanced at my own phone and its mount on the dashboard. The screen was flickering between static and black, but I could see the time. 12:05, the same time it had been when the radio came on. "This can't be happening," I muttered, pressing harder on the gas pedal. The car picked up speed, the fog whipping past us now. We should have reached the highway. We should be almost to town by now. That's when I saw them. Dozens of shadowy figures standing along both sides of the road. Tall, unnaturally thin, with elongated limbs and featureless faces. They didn't move as we passed, but I could feel them watching us, their attention like a physical weight pressing against the car. "Oh God," Sarah whimpered, shrinking down in her seat. "What are those things?" Jake had gone completely silent in the back. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, I could see him pressed against the far door, as far from the window as he could get, his face pale with terror. The figures were getting closer to the road now, some of them standing right at the edge of the asphalt. I swerved to avoid them, but there were so many, their forms distorted in the fog. Some seemed to have too many limbs. Others had heads that twisted at impossible angles to follow our car. Then the engine stuttered and the car began to slow. "No, no, no," I chanted, pressing the gas pedal to the floor, but the car continued to lose speed. The dashboard lights flickered, and for a moment I was sure we were about to break down right in the middle of these things. One of the figures stepped onto the road in front of us, its body impossibly tall and thin, stretching up into the fog. I couldn't see its face, just darkness where features should have been. It reached out one elongated arm, fingers like twigs stretching toward our windshield. In desperation, I turned the key in the ignition, restarting the car. The engine roared back to life, and I floored it, swerving around the figure in the road. For a terrifying moment, I thought we were going to hit it, but then we were past, the speedometer climbing as we tore down the road. I don't know how long we drove after that. It felt like hours, but the clock on the dash remained frozen at 12:05. None of us spoke. We were too scared, too focused on the road ahead and the shapes that still lined it, watching us pass. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the fog began to thin. The road widened, and I recognized the familiar signs marking the approach to the highway. Relief washed over me as we merged onto it, the lights of other cars in the distance the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. By the time we reached town, the fog had cleared completely and our phones were working again. The time jumped forward to 2:30 in the morning, as if catching up with reality. We'd lost over 2 hours somewhere on that road. I dropped Jake off first, then Sarah. None of us discussed what had happened, just mumbled awkward goodbyes. I drove home in silence, jumped at every shadow, and didn't sleep that night or the next. In the days that followed, I tried to talk to Jake and Sarah about it once, meeting them for coffee. Sarah changed the subject immediately, and Jake looked at me like I was crazy when I brought up the figures by the road. It was like they couldn't or wouldn't remember. I drove back to Mike's place a week later in broad daylight. The route was exactly as I remembered it from before that night. A short stretch of road through the woods, then the highway, 15 minutes to town. No extended forest road, no impossible distance. I timed it, 23 minutes from Mike's door to my apartment. For months, I told myself it was just the fog playing tricks on us. Maybe combined with Halloween's suggestibility and exhaustion, I almost convinced myself. But every October since then, when the fog rolls in, I can hear that woman's voice in the static between radio stations, warning whoever's listening to turn back. My phone will sometimes flash 12:05 a.m. for just a moment before returning to the correct time. And sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I'll catch glimpses of something tall and pale just at the edge of my headlights, watching and waiting. I take different routes now, avoid that stretch of road entirely, because I know they're still out there in the fog, those distorted figures with their elongated limbs and empty faces. I don't know what would have happened if my car hadn't started again that night. I don't know what those things wanted from us, but I'm certain of one thing: they're patient, and they're still waiting for me to drive that road again. I never will. But sometimes, in my nightmares, I'm back there, the fog pressing against my windows, the radio crackling with that desperate warning, and I know that one day, no matter how careful I am, I might not be able to outrun them. Story 16. I've never told anyone outside my family about this. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help or just make things worse, but I can't keep pretending it didn't happen. This happened 3 years ago when I was 16. We were living in Oakwood Heights at the time, in one of those cookie-cutter suburban houses where every third home looks exactly like yours. My bedroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway, across from my parents' room. It was summer break, so I'd fallen into that teenage schedule of staying up way too late and sleeping until noon. My parents hated it, but they'd given up trying to get me on a normal human schedule, as my dad called it. That night, or I guess early morning, was like any other. It was around 4 a.m., and I was sitting cross-legged on my bed playing Bloodborne. If you don't know the game, it's all about hunting monsters and cosmic horrors that exist just beyond human perception. The irony of what happened isn't lost on me. My room was completely dark except for the glow of my TV. I had my headphones on, completely absorbed in trying to beat this one boss that had been kicking my ass for hours. I remember I was getting frustrated because I kept dying at the same spot. Then the screen went black. At first, I thought the power had gone out or my console had crashed. I remember saying, "Are you kidding me?" and reaching for my controller to restart the system. That's when I felt it, this crushing sensation of being watched. Not just watched, but studied. I looked up toward my doorway, which I always left slightly open because I hate sleeping in a completely closed room. There was something standing there. I still struggle to describe what I saw. It was tall, way taller than a normal person, its head almost touching the top of the door frame. It was humanoid, but wrong. Its proportions were stretched, like someone had grabbed a normal human figure and pulled it from both ends. It wasn't exactly black, more like it absorbed the darkness around it, making it deeper than the shadows. But the worst part was the feeling it gave off. Have you ever been truly terrified? I don't mean scared like watching a horror movie or hearing a noise at night. I mean the kind of fear that turns your blood to ice and makes your brain scream at you to run while simultaneously freezing you in place. It was radiating dread, this sense of absolute wrongness that didn't belong in our world. It was the kind of fear that could collapse giants. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. My entire body was locked up, and all I could do was stare at this thing as it stood perfectly still in my doorway. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It felt like hours, but it was probably only seconds. Then, something inside me snapped. Instead of cowering or screaming like any sane person would, I did something that still makes no sense to me. I got up and walked toward it. I can't explain why I did this. It wasn't courage. Trust me, I was absolutely terrified. It was more like compulsion. like when you're standing at the edge of a high place and feel that weird urge to jump, even though you definitely don't want to die. My body just moved on its own. As I approached, the figure didn't move. It just kept staring at me with eyes I couldn't see but somehow felt piercing through me. When I got close enough to touch it, I reached out my hand and stepped into it. What happened next is hard to put into words. The best I can describe it is that I experienced the abyss. Everything went cold, not just physically, but like my soul was being drained. The world around me disappeared, replaced by a vast emptiness that seemed to stretch forever. I wasn't in my house anymore. I wasn't anywhere. It felt like being everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, like I was floating in a space between spaces. In that moment, I understood things I shouldn't have been able to comprehend. I saw glimpses of what I can only call the hidden veil, a sort of parallel dimension created by human suffering and trauma. It was like seeing the negative space of our world, where all our pain and fear collect and form something else, and I wasn't alone there. There were others, not human, not anything I can properly explain, just presences that acknowledged my existence in the same way you might notice an ant before stepping over it. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. I was back in my bedroom, on my knees, shaking uncontrollably. The figure was gone. My TV was on again. The game paused like nothing had happened. According to the clock, only about 30 seconds had passed, but it had felt like hours. I ran to my parents' room and woke them up, sobbing and trying to explain what had happened. They thought I'd had a nightmare or a panic attack. My dad checked the house while my mom sat with me, holding me like I was a little kid again. They didn't find anything, of course. How could they? I didn't sleep for the next 3 days. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was back in that liminal space, that abyss. I could feel the tall figure watching me, waiting. My parents eventually took me to a doctor who prescribed some anti-anxiety medication. It helped with the panic attacks, but not with the knowledge of what I'd experienced. Over time, I developed my own understanding of what happened. I believe what I encountered was a bleed-through from the hidden veil. I'd been going through a rough time that year, social anxiety, academic pressure, the usual teenage stuff that feels like the end of the world when you're living it. All that suffering created a thin spot, a portal of sorts, and something noticed and came through. These entities from the veil, they're drawn to suffering and fear. They feed on it, grow stronger from it, and once they find you, once you acknowledge them, they never really leave. They just wait. The strangest part is that 41st Street, which runs behind our old neighborhood, has a history of similar sightings. After my experience, I did some digging and found forum posts from other people in the area who described seeing unnaturally tall figures standing motionless at night. One person even called it the tall man of 41st Street, which sent chills down my spine. I'd never heard that name before my encounter. We moved away from Oakwood Heights a year later for unrelated reasons. My dad got a job in another state, but distance hasn't made a difference. The tall figure still appears to me sometimes. Usually when my anxiety is peaking or when I'm at my lowest, I'll catch a glimpse of it standing in a doorway or at the end of a hallway, always just at the edge of my vision, always gone when I look directly. I've tried to convince myself it was just sleep paralysis or some kind of hallucination brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. That would be the rational explanation. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. The knowledge I gained in those brief moments in the abyss wasn't something my 16-year-old brain could have invented. Sometimes I wonder if I brought something back with me that night. There's a heaviness that follows me now, a constant awareness of things lurking just beyond normal perception. It's like once you've seen behind the curtain, you can never fully believe in the performance again. Last week, I was up late studying for finals when my computer screen went black for a split second. In that brief moment of darkness, I saw a reflection in the screen, the tall figure standing behind me. I didn't turn around. I've learned not to acknowledge it directly anymore, but I felt that same cold emptiness wash over me, just for an instant, and I knew it was reminding me that it's still here, still watching. I don't play Bloodborne anymore. I can't. The parallels between the game's concept of cosmic horrors hiding in plain sight and what I experienced are too much to handle. Sometimes I think that playing the game somehow tuned my mind to the right frequency to perceive things that should remain hidden. I still don't know if what I encountered was a manifestation of my own fears given form or something genuinely supernatural that exists independently. Maybe it's both. Maybe the line between our inner demons and actual malevolent entities is blurrier than we think. All I know is that the tall man of 41st Street is real, at least to me, and it's still out there, still watching, still waiting. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet and that feeling of being observed creeps over me, I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed in that abyss just a little longer. What else would I have learned? What else would have learned about me? I still feel its presence sometimes, just at the edge of my awareness. And the worst part is, on some level, I think I'm starting to understand it. That scares me more than anything else. Story 17. I've been a police officer for 15 years, seen plenty of messed up stuff, domestic disputes, fatal accidents, overdoses. But what happened to me last March still has me questioning my sanity. I've never told anyone the full story until now. It was March 23, 2014, Sunday night shift, around 11:30. I was patrolling the eastern edge of Millbrook County, mostly farmland, a few scattered houses. It had rained earlier, and there was this heavy fog settling in, the kind that makes the headlights bounce back at you. I was heading back toward town when I got a call over the radio. Dispatch asked me to check out a disturbance at 209 Cedar Mill Road. Some neighbor reported hearing screaming. What was weird is that Cedar Mill is notorious for being a dead zone. Radio signals get fuzzy, cell phones don't work worth a damn out there. But the transmission was crystal clear. I acknowledged the call and turned onto Cedar Mill Road. The fog was getting thicker, and my cruiser's headlights barely cut through it. Cedar Mill is this narrow, winding dirt road that hasn't been maintained properly in years. Mostly abandoned properties out there since the recession hit our county hard. After about a mile of slow driving, I saw the mailbox, 209. The place was set back from the road about 100 yards down an overgrown driveway. As I pulled up, my headlights illuminated an old two-story farmhouse. Paint peeling, shutters hanging crooked, typical abandoned property. What struck me immediately was how dark it was. No lights anywhere, no cars, no signs of anyone around. I sat in my cruiser for a minute, just listening. Dead quiet except for the engine idling. I called in my position to dispatch, but all I got back was static. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the car. The air felt wrong, heavy, like the seconds before a massive thunderstorm when the pressure drops. My skin was tingling. I've been on thousands of calls, and you develop this sixth sense for danger. Every instinct was telling me to get back in the car and leave, but I had a job to do. I walked up to the front porch, boards creaking under my weight. The front door was slightly ajar. I announced myself. "Police officer, anyone inside?" and waited. Nothing. I pushed the door open with my foot, keeping my hand near my sidearm. The smell hit me first, not the musty smell of an abandoned house, but something sickly sweet underneath it, the decay smell you never forget once you've encountered it. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a living room with furniture covered in plastic sheets. Dust everywhere, except there were footprints in the dust, recent ones, multiple sets. The house felt awake. I know that sounds crazy, but there's no other way to describe it. Like when you walk into a room and you can tell someone's been there moments before, even if you don't see them. I worked my way through the first floor, clearing each room. Kitchen, dining room, a small bathroom. Everything was covered in dust and cobwebs, but undisturbed. No signs of a struggle or disturbance. The smell was getting stronger. As I approached a closed door at the back of the house, I figured it was probably a dead raccoon or something that had gotten trapped. I pushed the door open. It was a small study or office, empty bookshelves, an old desk, and on the hardwood floor, A large, dark stain, fresh blood, a lot of it, too much for someone to lose and walk away. I immediately radioed for backup, but my radio just hissed with static. Then something happened that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. Through the static, I heard my own call from earlier being played back to me. The exact words from dispatch about checking the disturbance at 209 Cedar Mill Road, but it wasn't coming from dispatch. Then a voice came through, not the dispatcher. This voice was cold, almost mechanical, but with this undertone that made my throat tighten. Unit 7. You're too late. He's already gone. I nearly dropped the radio. No one had used my unit number, and I hadn't told dispatch which unit I was when I took the call. I decided right then I needed to get the hell out of there and drive somewhere with cell service to call for proper backup. As I turned to leave, my flashlight beam caught something at the end of the hallway. A figure, tall, impossibly thin, standing completely still. I couldn't make out features, just this dark, elongated silhouette. I instinctively shouted, "Police, don't move," and took a step toward it. It didn't move. It didn't react at all. I took another step forward, and I don't know how to describe this. It didn't walk away or run. It was there, and then it just wasn't. Like someone had cut that frame out of a film. I'm not ashamed to admit I ran. I ran out of that house faster than I've moved in years. I got in my cruiser and sped back to town, not even caring about the ruts in the dirt road jarring my teeth loose. When I got back to the station, I was still shaking. My sergeant took one look at me and asked what happened. I tried to explain about the call to Cedar Mill Road, the blood, the figure I'd seen. He looked at me like I was crazy. According to him, there had been no call to 209 Cedar Mill Road that night. Nothing on the log, no neighbor reporting screaming. Nothing, I insisted. Showed him my own log where I'd written down the time of the call and the address. He called dispatch to double check, but they confirmed. No call had gone out for that address. The sergeant suggested I might have heard a call for a different address and gotten confused in the fog. I knew that wasn't true, but what could I say? That I'd heard voices on the radio that didn't exist? That I'd seen some kind of ghost or whatever the hell that thing was? I took the next day off, told my wife I had a stomach bug. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I kept hearing that voice in my head. "You're too late. He's already gone." After 2 days of this, I knew what I had to do. I had to go back. Had to confirm what I'd seen was real. I went during daylight, off duty in my personal vehicle. Told my wife I was going fishing. The house looked different in daylight. Less menacing, just sad and abandoned. I walked up to the porch again, that same feeling of wrongness crawling over my skin. The front door was closed this time, but unlocked. Inside, the dust was undisturbed. No footprints, not even mine from 2 nights before. I went straight to the study where I'd seen the blood. Nothing. Clean floor. No stain, no smell. Nothing to indicate anything had happened there. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I having some kind of breakdown? I walked through the rest of the house, looking for any evidence of what I'd experienced. In the upstairs bathroom, I stopped cold. The mirror above the sink was still intact, but when I stood in front of it, there was no reflection. Nothing. Just the empty bathroom behind me. I waved my hand. Nothing. I stepped closer. Still nothing. I wasn't there. I backed out of that bathroom and checked every mirror and window in the house. Same thing. No reflection, like I wasn't really there at all. I got out of there and haven't been back since. But here's the thing. Whatever was in that house, it followed me. Not physically, but it's like it's with me somehow. Sometimes during late shifts, especially when I'm alone in my cruiser on some dark county road, my radio will pick up static, just for a few seconds, and I sit there holding my breath, waiting to hear that voice again. I've checked records for 209 Cedar Mill Road. The property has been abandoned since 2008, when the owners, an elderly couple named Mercer, both died within weeks of each other. The house was supposed to go to their son, but he never claimed it. Tax records show he disappeared around the same time. Last month, I was working a missing persons case, college student who'd vanished after a party. We found his car parked on a dirt access road about 3 miles from Cedar Mill Road. Search teams combed the area for days, found nothing. I keep thinking about what that voice said. "You're too late. He's already gone." Like it knew something. I don't know what's at 209 Cedar Mill Road. I don't know if I actually saw what I think I saw, or if I'm losing my mind, but I know this. There are places in this world where reality feels thin, places where something else can slip through. I still do my job, still patrol those country roads at night, but I avoid Cedar Mill Road now. And whenever I catch a glimpse of myself in a mirror or window, I hold my breath for a second, just to make sure my reflection is still there. Because whatever I encountered that night, it changed something fundamental about me. Like a part of me is still in that house, or maybe a part of that house is now in me. And I'm terrified of what happens when that voice on the radio finally decides to finish our conversation. Story 18. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. Even now, typing this out, I can feel my heart racing. I'm 32 years old, but these memories still haunt me. I've spent nearly 3 decades trying to understand what happened to me as a little girl. I grew up in Pinewood, one of those forgettable small towns where everyone knows everyone's business. We lived in a double-wide trailer on the edge of town. Nothing fancy, but it was home. This all started when I was 4 years old, young enough that some might dismiss my memories, but I remember everything with crystal clarity. Some things you don't forget, no matter how much you wish you could. It began innocently enough. I started waking up at exactly 4 o'clock in the morning, every single night. Not 3:59, not 4:01, 4 o'clock on the dot. At first, I didn't think much of it. I was a kid, kids wake up sometimes. I'd go to my mom's room, nudge her awake, and tell her I couldn't sleep. "Just go back to bed, Lily," she'd mumble, half asleep. "It's the middle of the night." So I would. I'd trudge back to my room, climb into the bottom bunk of my bed. The top bunk was empty except when my half-siblings visited. Pull my blanket tight around me and eventually drift off again. This went on for about 2 months. Every night, like clockwork, wake up, check the glowing red numbers on my digital alarm clock, see 4 o'clock, try to go back to sleep. Mom started getting annoyed after a while. "Lily, you need to stop waking me up," she said one morning over breakfast. "You're a big girl now. If you wake up, just close your eyes and go back to sleep." I tried to explain that I wasn't waking up on purpose. Something was waking me. But how do you explain that when you're 4? All I could say was, "I don't want to wake up, Mommy. The time makes me wake up." She just sighed and told me to drink my juice. Then, one night in late April, something changed. I woke up at 3 o'clock instead of 4. I remember feeling confused, checking my alarm clock twice to make sure I was reading it right. The red numbers glowed in the darkness. 3 o'clock. I felt relieved, thinking maybe whatever had been happening was finally stopping. I rolled over and went back to sleep. I don't know how long I slept, but what happened next is burned into my memory forever. I didn't so much wake up as become aware that something was wrong, terribly wrong. My eyes opened, and for a moment I couldn't understand what I was seeing. The ceiling was too close, way too close. It took my 4-year-old brain a few seconds to process what was happening. I was floating. My body was suspended in midair, hovering about 3 feet above my mattress. Panic hit me like a physical blow. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My body felt light, weightless, but at the same time I felt this pressure all over me, like something was holding me up, pressing against my back, my legs, my arms. I couldn't move. All I could do was stare at the ceiling, which was now uncomfortably close to my face. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. Whatever force had been holding me up simply let go. I dropped like a stone, hitting my mattress so hard that the entire bed frame shook and bounced. My blanket, which had apparently been floating with me, didn't fall on the bed but landed in a heap on the floor several feet away. I lay there, gasping for breath, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. My pajamas were drenched in sweat. My throat felt raw, as if I'd been screaming, though I don't remember making a sound. Trembling, I looked over at my alarm clock. 4 a.m. Exactly. I was too terrified to get out of bed, too terrified to call for my mom. I just lay there, rigid with fear, until sunlight began filtering through the thin curtains on my window. When morning finally came, I tried to tell my mom what had happened. She listened with the half attention of a single parent getting ready for work, rushing around the kitchen, pouring coffee, making toast. "You had a nightmare, sweetie," she said, not unkindly, but dismissively. "Everyone has bad dreams sometimes." "But my blanket was on the floor," I insisted. "And I was up in the air, Mommy. I was flying." She ruffled my hair. "You probably just kicked your blanket off while you were dreaming, and people often feel like they're falling or flying in dreams. It's normal." But it wasn't normal, and it wasn't a dream, and it wasn't the end. 2 weeks later, it happened again. Same time, 4 o'clock exactly. This time I was prepared, or as prepared as a terrified 4-year-old could be. I'd been waking up at 4 every night as usual, but nothing else had happened until that night. Again, I woke up at 3 first, fell back asleep, and then became aware of that horrible floating sensation. This time, I tried to fight it. I tried to roll over, to grab onto something, anything, but my body wouldn't respond. I was just suspended there, helpless, staring at the ceiling. And again, after what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds, I dropped. The bed shook. My blanket was thrown clear across the room this time, and the clock read 4 a.m. This pattern continued for months. The waking at 4 a.m. was constant, every single night without fail. The floating, that was less predictable. Sometimes weeks would pass without incident. Then it would happen 2 or 3 times in a row. There was no way to know when it was coming, no way to prepare. Summer came, and with it my half-siblings from my dad's previous marriage. They stayed with us for a month every summer. That year, Sarah was 12 and Michael was 10. They slept in my room, Sarah on a fold-out cot, Michael on the top bunk above me. I was terrified the first night they stayed, not for myself, but for them. Would they float too? Would whatever was happening to me happen to them as well? But nothing happened to them. Sarah slept through the night, Michael snored softly above me. And at 4 a.m., like clockwork, I woke up. Just me. Always just me. One night, about a week into their stay, I woke up not at 4, but at 3:50. I lay there, rigid with fear, knowing what was coming. I wanted to wake Michael or Sarah, to have a witness, someone who would believe me, but I was paralyzed with terror. Then it started, that weightless feeling, the pressure all over my body, the slow, inexorable rise from my mattress. I managed to turn my head slightly this time, a small victory, and saw Sarah sleeping peacefully on her cot, completely unaware of what was happening just a few feet away. I tried to call out to her. No sound came, and then I dropped. Hard. The bed shook violently. Michael stirred in the bunk above me. "Lily," he mumbled sleepily. "Did you jump on your bed?" No, I managed to whisper. "Well, stop making noise. I'm trying to sleep." He rolled over, and within moments his breathing deepened again. The clock read 4 a.m. I huddled under my blanket, which had miraculously stayed on, the bed this time, until morning, afraid to close my eyes. The next day, I tried to tell Sarah what had happened. She was older. Maybe she would believe me. "You were dreaming, Squirt," she said, not unkindly. "People have weird dreams all the time." But it wasn't a dream. I was floating, Sarah. And then I fell, and that's what woke Michael up. She looked at me with that mixture of pity and amusement that older kids reserve for younger ones. "Michael said you jumped on your bed. You probably did it in your sleep." "But, Lily, there's no such thing as floating people. It's not real." But it was real. It kept happening all summer long. My siblings never witnessed it, though Michael complained a few more times about me jumping on my bed in the middle of the night. By the time they left at the end of August, I'd given up trying to convince anyone. Mom thought I was having nightmares. Sarah and Michael thought I was making things up for attention. Dad, on his occasional visits, didn't even know about it because Mom told me not to bother him with silly stories. So I suffered in silence, night after night, month after month, always waking at 4, sometimes floating, sometimes not, never knowing which night would bring the terror. Fall came, then winter, spring again. My 5th birthday passed, then my 6th. The incidents never stopped, but they did become less frequent as I got older. By the time I was 7, the floating only happened once every month or so, though I still woke at 4 a.m. every night. When I was 8, we moved out of the trailer into a small house in town. Mom had gotten a better job, and she was dating the man who would eventually become my stepfather. I was terrified that the floating would follow me to the new house, but to my immense relief, it didn't. The first night in my new bedroom, I slept straight through until morning. No waking at 4, no floating, nothing. For a while I thought it was over. But then, about a month after we moved, I woke up one night and glanced at my new digital clock, 4 a.m. My heart nearly stopped. I lay perfectly still, waiting for the floating to begin, but it never did. I just woke up at 4, like before, but without the rest of it. This continued for a few more months, just the waking, no floating, and then, gradually, even that stopped. By the time I was 9, I was sleeping normally through the night. I've spent years trying to make sense of what happened to me. As a teenager, I researched sleep paralysis, which explains some of what I experienced, the feeling of pressure, the inability to move or speak, but it doesn't explain how my blanket ended up across the room. It doesn't explain why my bed shook so violently that it woke my brother, and it certainly doesn't explain why it all happened at exactly 4 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes even now I wake up in the middle of the night and check the time, half expecting to see those glowing red numbers. 4 o'clock. When I do, a chill runs down my spine, and I find myself holding my breath, waiting to feel that terrible weightless sensation again. It never comes. But the fear never really went away. I still don't know what happened to me in that trailer. I don't know if it was something supernatural or something my young mind couldn't process properly. All I know is that it was real. It happened, and to this day, I can't explain it. So I guess that's my story. I've never told it to anyone who wasn't there, and even they didn't believe me. Maybe none of you will either, but it feels good to finally put it into words, even if those words can never fully capture the terror of floating above your bed at 4 o'clock in the morning, helpless, silent, and completely alone. Story 19. I've never been able to shake what happened to me 4 months ago. I haven't told many people because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this out somewhere, even if it's just typing it into the void. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar in those Oregon woods. It was supposed to be a group trip. Me, Jenna, Kyle, and Marcus. We'd been planning it for months, a week-long camping adventure through Oregon's wilderness. I'd been looking forward to it as a much-needed break from my soul-crushing accounting job. But 3 days before we were set to leave, everything fell apart. Jenna caught the flu, Kyle had a family emergency, and Marcus couldn't get the time off work anymore. I debated canceling altogether, but I'd already requested the vacation time, packed my gear, and honestly, I needed to get away, so I decided to go solo. Looking back, that was my first mistake. I left early on a Tuesday morning in my 2012 Honda Civic. It's nothing fancy, but it's reliable and good on gas. I had a tent, sleeping bag, cooler of food, and enough supplies to last the week. My plan was to drive up through Central Oregon, making stops at various campgrounds along the way. The first day went fine. I stuck to my route, stayed at a designated campsite, and actually enjoyed the solitude. It was peaceful being alone with my thoughts, away from the constant notifications and office drama. The second day is when everything changed. I'd been driving for about 4 hours when I noticed a small, unmarked road branching off the highway. There was no sign, just a dirt path that curved invitingly between tall pine trees. My GPS showed it as a possible route that would shave about 40 minutes off my journey to the next campground. It was labeled as a scenic route. That term, scenic route, feels like a cruel joke now. It was around 2 in the afternoon when I turned onto that road. The weather was perfect. Blue skies with just a few clouds, about 70 degrees. I remember feeling good about my decision as the trees created dappled shadows across my windshield. The road was rough but passable, winding through dense forest and occasionally opening up to reveal stunning views of rolling hills. About an hour in, I realized I hadn't seen another car or building for miles. No houses, no gas stations, nothing. Just endless trees and the increasingly narrow road. My GPS signal was getting spotty, but it still showed I was headed in the right direction. By 4 o'clock, I knew I'd made a mistake. The road had deteriorated to little more than a trail, with grass growing down the center. My car bumped and jolted over exposed roots and rocks. I considered turning around, but there had been no place wide enough to make a 3-point turn for the last several miles. Then I came to a clearing. It wasn't large, maybe 50 feet across, but it was flat and grassy, bordered on all sides by dense forest. I checked my phone. No service. The GPS had given up entirely. I had two choices: continue forward on this increasingly impassable road or camp here for the night and head back in the morning. I chose to camp. Second mistake. Setting up my tent took about 20 minutes. I laid out my sleeping bag, arranged my supplies, and made a small campfire in a ring of stones I gathered. As the sun began to set, I heated up some canned soup on my portable stove and ate while watching the sky turn brilliant shades of orange and pink through the gap in the trees above. It was beautiful, peaceful. I remember thinking how nice it was to be away from everything and everyone. I took a few pictures with my phone, though I knew no one would see them until I had service again. Darkness fell quickly in the forest. By 8, it was pitch black except for my fire and the small solar-powered lantern I'd brought. The temperature dropped and I put on my jacket. The forest had also gone quiet. Too quiet, I realize now. No crickets, no owls, nothing but the occasional crack of my fire. Around 9:30, I heard the first sound. It came from deep in the forest to my right, a low, guttural noise that wasn't quite a growl, but definitely wasn't human. My first thought was bear, and my heart immediately started racing. I stood up, shining my flashlight toward the sound, but saw nothing but trees. "Hello?" I called out, instantly regretting it. If there was someone out there, I'd just given away my position. If it was an animal, I'd just provoked it. Silence followed. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a deer or some other harmless forest creature. I added more wood to my fire, making it larger, hoping it would keep away any wildlife. I climbed into my tent around 10, zipping it up tightly. I kept my flashlight, pocket knife, and car keys right beside me. Despite my uneasiness, exhaustion from the day's drive eventually pulled me toward sleep. I jolted awake I checked my phone. 1:14 in the morning. Something had woken me, a sound. I lay perfectly still, straining to hear. Then it came again, that same guttural noise, but closer now, much closer, and not just from one direction. It seemed to be coming from multiple points around the clearing. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. I slowly sat up, careful not to make noise, and peered out the mesh window of my tent. The fire had died down to embers, casting just enough light to see the edge of the clearing. And that's when I saw it, a dark figure moving between two trees. It was tall, at least 6.5 feet, but hunched over. In the dim light, I couldn't make out details, but its movements weren't right. Not human, not bear, not anything I recognized. I froze, afraid to even breathe. The figure paused, and though I couldn't see its face clearly, I felt it looking directly at my tent. Then it made that sound again, that horrible guttural noise, and was answered by similar calls from around the clearing. There was more than one of them. I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed with fear. Minutes? Hours? Eventually, the figures retreated into the trees, their strange calls fading into the distance. But I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat awake, knife in hand, waiting for dawn, jumping at every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves. First light came around 5:30. I waited until 6, when I could see clearly, before unzipping my tent. The clearing looked normal in the morning light, peaceful even. Birds were chirping again. If not for my bone-deep terror, I might have convinced myself I'd dreamed the whole thing. I packed up quickly, throwing everything haphazardly into my car. That's when I saw them. Deep gouges in the driver's side door of my car. 3 parallel marks, about 4 inches apart, deep enough to expose the metal beneath the paint. They hadn't been there the day before. Panic hit me like a physical force. I threw the last of my gear into the trunk and jumped into the driver's seat, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. The car started, thank God, and I began slowly driving back the way I'd come, the path barely wide enough for my car. About half a mile from the clearing, the road widened slightly, and I was able to pick up speed. That's when I heard it again, that guttural call, but this time with a sense of urgency. They were following me. I pressed the gas harder, my car bouncing violently over the uneven ground. The forest blurred past my windows. I was going too fast for this road, but fear pushed all caution aside. A dark shape darted across the road ahead of me. I swerved instinctively, nearly hitting a tree. Another shape moved through the trees to my right, keeping pace with my car. They were herding me, I realized with horror, trying to drive me off the road. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white, focusing only on the path ahead. My rearview mirror showed nothing but empty road, but I could hear them, those inhuman growls coming from all around me. The road curved sharply, and as I rounded the bend, I saw something standing in the middle of the path. I had just enough time to register a tall, gaunt figure before I swerved again, this time scraping the passenger side of my car against a tree trunk. The impact wasn't enough to stop me, but I felt the car shudder in protest. "Please," I remember whispering, though to who or what I don't know, "please let me out of here." After what felt like an eternity but was probably only 15 minutes, the road began to widen, the trees thinned out, and then miraculously I saw pavement ahead, the main road. I nearly cried with relief. As I burst out of the forest path onto the highway, a truck honked angrily, swerving to avoid me. I didn't care. I was back on a real road, with other people, with civilization. I drove for another 20 minutes before I saw a sign for a diner. My hands were still shaking, and I desperately needed to be around other humans. I pulled into the parking lot, noticing for the first time the damage to my car. Scratches along the passenger side, those deep gouges on the driver's door, and a crack in my windshield I didn't even remember happening. The diner was nearly empty, just an elderly couple in one booth and a trucker at the counter. A middle-aged waitress with tired eyes approached as I slid into a booth. "Coffee, hon?" she asked, already pouring a cup before I answered. I nodded, then on impulse pulled out my phone and showed her a photo of the dirt road I'd taken. "Do you know anything about this road? I was just on it and—" I trailed off, not sure how to explain what happened. She squinted at the photo, then her expression changed. She set the coffee pot down hard. "You shouldn't have gone down that road," she said quietly. "People go missing out there." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean? What's out there?" She glanced around, then leaned closer. "That road was supposed to be closed off years ago. There's something wrong with those woods. Local sheriff knows it too, but they can't explain it, so they just try to keep people away." I told her what happened. The figures, the sounds, the claw marks on my car. With each detail, her face grew more grim. "You're lucky," she said finally. "Real lucky. Not everyone makes it back to the highway." She called the sheriff while I sat there, hands wrapped around my coffee mug, trying to stop the trembling. He arrived 30 minutes later, a tall man with a weathered face and eyes that had seen too much. He examined my car in silence, taking photos of the gouges on the door. When he touched the marks, his hand jerked back as if burned. "You say you saw figures? How many?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. "At least 3, maybe more," I said. I couldn't see them clearly. He nodded slowly. "And they made sounds? Can you describe them?" I tried to imitate the guttural noise. His face paled slightly. "Miss," he said finally, I strongly suggest you leave this area today. Drive until you hit Portland. Stay in a hotel with lots of people around." "What were they?" I asked. "Bears? Wolves?" He looked me directly in the eyes. "Whatever chased you was not human. That's all I can say with certainty. And that road, we've had 23 reported missing persons cases connected to it in the past decade. Only 4 people, including you, have ever returned." I left the diner an hour later, my hands still shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. I drove straight to Portland, checked into a crowded hotel, and didn't leave my room until morning. I abandoned my camping plans and headed home the next day, sticking to main highways and driving even when exhaustion hit me, stopping only when absolutely necessary. It's been 4 months, and I still haven't been able to explain what happened. The claw marks are still on my car. I haven't fixed them because part of me needs that proof that I didn't imagine it all. Sometimes at night, I still hear those sounds in my dreams. And whenever I'm driving now, especially on rural roads, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, followed. I check my rearview mirror constantly, half expecting to see those tall, hunched figures emerging from the tree line. I know one thing for certain: some roads are better left forgotten, and somewhere in the forests of Oregon, something inhuman is waiting for unwary travelers who take the wrong turn. Ani, Story 20, Aeta. I've been driving big rigs for almost 20 years now, and I've seen some weird shit on the road. Hallucinations from sleep deprivation, strange lights in the sky that defy explanation, even a couple of unexplainable roadside encounters with people who just didn't seem quite right. But what happened to me last October on Highway 54 through the Sierra Nevadas, I still can't make sense of it. I'm only writing this down because I need to tell someone, and my wife already thinks I need therapy. It was supposed to be a routine haul, electronics from a warehouse in Sacramento to a distribution center outside Denver. Good paying gig, tight deadline, but nothing I hadn't done 100 times before. I'd been on the road about 14 hours that day, pushing it harder than I probably should have. The company was offering a nice bonus for early delivery, and I had my eye on a fishing boat I'd been saving for. The Sierra Nevadas at night are something else. Beautiful, but isolated as hell. Cell reception drops out for long stretches, and there are parts of Highway 54 where you might not see another vehicle for an hour or more. Usually I don't mind the solitude. That night was different, though. It was around 11:30 when the weather changed. The forecast had called for clear skies, but a fog rolled in that was unlike anything I've ever seen. It didn't creep in gradually like normal fog. One minute, the road was clear with a bright 3/4 moon overhead. The next, I was driving through what looked like thick white soup. My headlights barely penetrated 20 feet ahead, and the fog seemed to swirl and dance in the beams like it was alive. I slowed down to about 40, which is dangerously slow on a mountain highway, but I couldn't risk going any faster when I could barely see. My CB radio, which had been quiet most of the night, suddenly crackled to life. "Anybody on Highway 54 near marker 218, you need to turn around. There's something watching in the fog." The voice was male, older, with a tremor that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I keyed my mic. "This is Bulldog. Who's out there? What are you seeing?" Nothing but static answered me. I tried again, but whoever had sent the warning was either gone or not responding. I checked my GPS. Marker 218 was about 3 miles ahead. I told myself it was probably just some old-timer spooked by the fog, maybe pulling my leg. Highway pranks aren't uncommon among truckers trying to keep themselves awake. The trees along this stretch grew right up to the road, creating a kind of tunnel effect even in good weather. In the fog, it felt like driving through a nightmare version of Alice's rabbit hole. The world had shrunk to just my cab and whatever my headlights could catch. I was about to reach for my thermos of coffee when I saw her. Standing dead center in my lane was a woman in a white dress. She appeared so suddenly I had to wrench the wheel hard to avoid hitting her, sending my rig into a skid that nearly jackknifed the trailer. I fought the wheel, heart hammering against my ribs, and somehow managed to straighten out without crashing. I sat there for a minute, shaking and breathing hard. I'd missed her by inches. When I looked in my mirrors, I expected to see her either lying on the road or standing where I'd left her, but there was nothing there, just empty road swallowed by fog. Christ, I muttered, rubbing my eyes. I needed to pull over, get some sleep. I was hallucinating from fatigue, had to be, but there wasn't anywhere safe to stop for miles, and the fog made it impossible to pull onto the shoulder. I had no choice but to keep going, at least until the next rest area. I turned up the radio, opened my window to let the cold air slap me awake, and continued on. That's when I noticed how unnaturally quiet it had become. No wind, no distant sounds of wildlife or passing cars, just the rumble of my engine and the hiss of my tires on wet asphalt. 5 minutes later, I saw her again. This time she was standing on the shoulder, just at the edge of my headlight's reach. As I approached, I slowed down, determined to get a better look. She wore what might once have been a white sundress, now dirty and torn. Her skin was pale grey, and her hair hung in wet, dark clumps around her face. But it was her eyes that made my blood run cold. They were completely black, like holes punched in reality, seeming to absorb the light rather than reflect it. As I passed, she turned her head to follow my truck, then raised a skeletal hand and pointed directly at me. I floored it, pushing my rig to 80 despite the fog and the danger. I just needed to get away from her. "You're losing it, James," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. "Focus on the road, just focus on the road." I drove for another 20 minutes without incident, gradually convincing myself I'd imagined the whole thing. The fog was still thick, but I was making decent time. According to my GPS, there was a rest area about 7 miles ahead. I decided I'd pull in there, catch a couple hours of sleep, and continue when my head was clearer. The CB crackled again. This time, it was just interference, but through the static, I thought I heard a woman's voice whispering something I couldn't quite make out. I tried adjusting the frequency, but the whispering stopped as suddenly as it had started. The rest area appeared out of the fog like a mirage. Just a small parking lot with some bathrooms and vending machines, but in that moment it looked like heaven. There were 2 other trucks parked there, but no signs of the drivers. I pulled in, shut off my engine, and sat listening to it tick as it cooled. The silence that followed was absolute. I needed to use the bathroom and grab a snack from the vending machine. The idea of leaving my cab didn't appeal to me, but I told myself I was being ridiculous. 20 years on the road, and I was letting fog and fatigue spook me like a rookie. The moment I stepped down from my cab, I felt watched. The fog had thinned a little, but it still hung in the air like wet cotton. The rest area was lit by flickering sodium lights that cast everything in a sickly yellow glow. I zipped up my jacket against the chill and headed for the bathroom. As I passed the tree line that separated the parking area from the forest, movement caught my eye. I stopped and peered into the darkness between the trunks. She was there, standing motionless about 20 feet into the trees, just visible in the gloom. Same tattered dress, same hollow eyes. Only now her head was tilted at an unnatural angle, like her neck was broken. "Who are you?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you want?" No response. She just stood there, watching me. I took a step toward the tree line, and that's when she moved. Not walking, not running, but a kind of jerky, unnatural lunge that covered the distance between us in a heartbeat. I caught a glimpse of a gaping mouth filled with blackness, those empty eyes up close, and the overwhelming smell of wet earth and decay. I ran, sprinted back to my truck, fumbled with the keys, and practically threw myself inside. I locked the doors and sat there gasping, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. Through my windshield, I could see the tree line was empty. No sign of the woman. But now there was someone knocking on my passenger window. I nearly jumped out of my skin before realizing it was another trucker, a heavy-set guy in his 50s with a salt and pepper beard. I cracked my window. "You okay, buddy?" he asked. "Looked like you saw a ghost." I hesitated, then decided to take a chance. "Did you see her, the woman in the white dress?" His expression changed immediately, the concern in his eyes replaced by something like fear. Jesus Christ, he whispered. You saw her too? We ended up sitting in his cab, which felt safer somehow since it wasn't my rig she seemed fixated on. His name was Mike, and he'd been driving this route for 30 years. According to him, the woman in white was well known among veteran truckers who regularly drove Highway 54. They call her the Highway Witch, Mike explained, his hands trembling as he lit a cigarette. Story goes she lures drivers into the fog. Some disappear completely, others come back, different, hollow, like something important got taken out of them. That's just ghost stories, I said, but even I could hear the doubt in my voice. Mike shook his head. 3 years ago, my buddy Tom saw her, followed her into the fog because he thought she was a real woman in distress. When the highway patrol found him 2 days later, he was sitting in his truck at a scenic overlook, staring at nothing. Hasn't spoken a word since, lives in some facility in Oregon now. I told him about how she'd pointed at me and how I'd seen her again by the tree line. Mike went pale. She's marked you, he said. Once she does that, she doesn't let go easily. So what do I do? Keep driving, don't stop again until you're well past the mountains, and whatever you do, don't follow her if you see her again. I thanked him for the advice and went back to my truck. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the surrounding darkness. I started the engine and pulled back onto Highway 54, determined to put as many miles between me and that rest area as possible. The fog was thicker now, clinging to my truck like a living thing. My headlights seemed dimmer, struggling to penetrate the murk. I kept the radio up loud and my window cracked, fighting against the exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm me. About an hour later, I began to see shapes in the fog. Vague human outlines appearing and disappearing along the roadside. Sometimes they seemed to reach toward my truck as I passed. I kept my eyes locked on the road ahead, refusing to look directly at them. Then, my CB radio erupted with voices. Not just one or two, but dozens, all speaking at once in a cacophony of whispers and pleas. Help us. Join us. She's coming. Don't look back. I turned the volume down, but the voices continued, growing more insistent, and now they were coming from outside the radio too, from all around my truck, as if the fog itself was speaking. In my mirror, I saw them clearly for the first time. People, or what had once been people, moving through the fog behind my trailer. Men, women, some in modern clothes, others in garments from decades past, all pale, all with that same hollow-eyed look, and leading them, her white dress now glowing in the darkness, was the woman. They were gaining on me, despite my speed. Ghostly hands reached for my trailer, leaving frost patterns where they touched. The temperature in my cab plummeted until I could see my breath. I pushed the rig to its limit, taking curves too fast, the trailer swaying dangerously behind me. The procession kept pace, flowing through the fog like it was water. The voices grew louder, calling my name now, though I'd never told them what it was. James. Stay with us, James. She's chosen you, James. I crested a hill and suddenly the fog thinned. Below me, the highway stretched clear and empty, the moon illuminating it like a silver ribbon. Behind me, the voices faded, and when I looked in my mirror, the road was empty. I drove until dawn, not stopping even when I was well out of the mountains. I delivered my load in Denver 12 hours later, then called my supervisor and told him I needed a few days off. He wasn't happy, but I didn't care. I checked into a motel and slept for 15 hours straight. I've been back on the road for a couple months now. I requested routes that keep me away from Highway 54, but last week my dispatcher gave me a lucrative haul that would take me right back through those mountains. I turned it down and told him I'd never drive that stretch again. He thinks I'm crazy. Maybe I am. But sometimes, when I'm driving at night and fog starts to roll in, I swear I can hear whispers coming through my radio. And in my mirrors, just at the edge of my headlight's reach, I catch glimpses of a woman in white, her hollow eyes fixed on me, her skeletal finger pointing. She's still out there waiting, and somehow I know that sooner or later, no matter how far I drive or how fast I go, she's going to catch up to me. They all will. her and her procession of lost souls, and when they do, I'll join them on their endless journey through the fog. Story 21. I never believed in the supernatural. 20 years hauling freight across this country, and I'd chalked up every haunted highway story to exhaustion, hallucinations from too many caffeine pills, or just plain bullshit. That changed in January of 2015, and I haven't been the same since. I'm only writing this down because my therapist thinks it might help. She calls it exposure therapy, confronting the trauma by talking about it. I don't know if it'll work, but the nightmares are getting worse, and I'm down to driving day shifts only now. I haven't done an overnight haul since it happened. I was driving a routine shipment from Kansas City to Sacramento. Nothing special, just consumer electronics, the kind of load you don't have to worry about. I'd made this run dozens of times before, usually taking I-80 straight through. The weather report mentioned a winter storm coming in, but I figured I'd be through the mountains before it hit. I was wrong. Really wrong. About 7 hours into the drive, just as I was approaching the Nevada border, my dispatcher radioed in. The storm had intensified, and they were closing sections of I-80. I'd have to take a detour or wait it out for possibly days. "Collins here," I responded. "What's the alternate route looking like?" "You'll need to head south at the next junction and take Lone Pine Road," she said. "It'll add about 3 hours, but it'll get you around the closure." I checked my map. Lone Pine Road wasn't one I was familiar with, but it cut through the desert and would eventually connect back to the interstate past the storm. I wasn't thrilled about an unfamiliar route at night, but waiting out the storm meant missing my delivery window and losing money. "Copy that," I replied. "I'll take the detour." I stopped at a small truck stop to fuel up before hitting the detour. The place was nearly deserted, just a sleepy attendant and a couple of local guys nursing coffees. As I was paying, the attendant gave me a strange look. "You heading out on Lone Pine?" he asked, handing me my receipt. "Yeah, storm's got I-80 shut down." He hesitated, like he wanted to say something but thought better of it. "Just keep your eyes open out there. Cell reception's spotty, radio works better, but even that gets weird sometimes." I nodded, not thinking much of it. Rural folks often had weird superstitions about their local roads. I'd heard it all before. It was around 10 in the evening when I turned onto Lone Pine Road. The moon was full, casting an eerie silver light across the desert landscape. Nothing but sand, scrub brush, and the occasional cactus as far as I could see. The road itself was decent enough. 2 lanes, some faded markings, but the asphalt was intact. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating maybe 100 feet ahead of me at any given time. For the first hour, it was just me and the empty road. I had the radio going, but the stations kept fading in and out, eventually turning to static. I switched over to my CB, scanning channels to see if there were any other trucks in the area. Channel 9 was quiet. Then Channel 19, the main trucker channel, crackled to life. "Anyone on Lone Pine tonight? Over." The voice was grainy, barely audible through the static. I picked up my mic. "This is Marcus Collins eastbound on Lone Pine. Who's out there? Over." There was a long pause. Then, "Jim here. You're on Lone Pine at night? Not the best idea, friend." Something about his tone made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Storm closed I-80. Just taking the detour. You local? Over." More static then. "You could say that. Been driving these roads a long time. Listen, there's strange things on Lone Pine. If you see headlights behind you, don't stop, don't even slow down, especially if it's an old rig." Over. I chuckled, though something in his warning felt off. "What, like a ghost truck? Come on, man." "Laugh if you want," Jim replied, his voice deadly serious. "Just keep your eyes open for Becker's freight. If you see it, don't acknowledge it, and whatever you do, don't look in the trailer. Over and out." The CB went silent after that. I tried calling back to Jim a few times, but got nothing but static. I told myself it was just some local messing with out-of-town drivers, playing on the whole haunted highway mythos. I'd heard similar stories on routes through the Midwest and Appalachia. Still, something about the way he said it. Around midnight, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. They were far back at first, just pinpricks of light on the horizon. Nothing unusual about another vehicle, I told myself, even on a deserted road. But as the minutes passed, I noticed something odd. They were gaining on me fast, too fast. I was doing a steady 65, which was pushing it for a road like this. Whoever was behind me had to be doing 80 or more. The headlights grew larger in my mirror. They were set high off the ground, definitely a truck, not a car. As it drew closer, I could make out the silhouette, an old cab-over model, the kind they don't really make anymore. Looked like something from the 60s or 70s. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered Jim's warning. I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing up to 70. The truck behind me continued gaining. Soon it was right on my tail, high beams flooding my cab with harsh white light. I squinted, adjusting my mirrors to cut down the glare. That's when I saw it, faded lettering on the grille of the truck. Becker's Freight. My mouth went dry. I told myself it was a coincidence. Had to be. Maybe Jim had seen this same truck earlier and was trying to spook me. But why was it tailgating me so aggressively? I sped up more, hitting 75, which was reckless on an unfamiliar road at night. The truck matched my speed exactly, staying right on my bumper. I could now make out more details. It was an old Peterbilt, faded blue paint, rusted in spots. The kind of truck that should have been in a junkyard 30 years ago. For the next 10 minutes, we continued this way. I'd speed up, and it would match me. If I slowed down even slightly, it would nearly clip my bumper. I was getting angry now, as well as scared. What was this guy playing at? Then, suddenly, it pulled into the oncoming lane. There was no other traffic, so it had room to pass me. As it drew alongside, I glanced over, ready to give the driver a piece of my mind. What I saw froze the blood in my veins. The driver was wrong. His skin was unnaturally pale, almost gray in the moonlight. His hands gripped the wheel so tightly I could see white knuckles, but it was his eyes that made me nearly lose control of my truck. They were glowing a sickly yellow, like a cat's eyes reflecting headlights, but brighter, more intense. He turned to look at me, and his face was fixed in a rictus grin that showed too many teeth. I jerked my head away, staring fixedly at the road ahead. This wasn't happening. Couldn't be happening. I was hallucinating. Had to be. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and this was some kind of nightmare. The ancient truck continued to pace me, neither passing nor falling behind. Against my better judgment, I glanced over again. The driver was still staring at me with those terrible glowing eyes, and now I could see that the back of his trailer was open, not fully, just a gap, like the rear doors hadn't been properly secured. Something moved in the darkness of that trailer. Several somethings. I caught glimpses of more of those glowing yellow eyes, peering out from the darkness, watching me, hungry. I stomped on the accelerator, pushing my rig as hard as it would go. The speedometer crept past 80, the engine protesting. For a moment, Becker's truck fell behind. Then my CB radio crackled to life. "Told you not to look," Jim's voice said, clearer now than before. "Becker doesn't like it when people look." "What the hell is going on?" I shouted into the mic, barely keeping my truck on the road. "Who is Becker?" "Joe Becker, owner-operator out of Reno back in the 60s. Story goes he was hauling a load through here with his wife and kid riding along. Fell asleep at the wheel, they say. Truck went off the road, burst into flames. All three died." I glanced in my mirrors. The old truck was gaining again. "So what, I'm being chased by a ghost truck? That's insane." "Not just Becker," Jim said, his voice grim. "It's what he's carrying. No one knows what it is, but it ain't human. Never was. Some say Becker made a deal with something out in the desert. Something old, something hungry. He brings it travelers, lonely souls on empty roads. In return, he gets to keep driving. Forever." I wanted to tell Jim he was crazy, that this was all some elaborate prank. But the evidence was right behind me, gaining ground with every second. "How do I get away from it?" I asked, panic rising in my throat. "You don't," Jim replied simply. Once Becker's chosen you, that's it. Unless. Unless what? I nearly screamed. Unless he finds someone else. Someone more interesting. The CB went silent again. I tried calling for Jim, but got nothing. Looking in my mirrors, I saw the Becker truck was gone. Vanished. The road behind me was empty. I let out a shaky breath, easing off the accelerator. Maybe it was over. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. Then I rounded a bend in the road, and my headlights illuminated something ahead. Becker's truck was parked sideways across both lanes, completely blocking the road. The driver's door was open, empty. I slammed on my brakes, skidding on the asphalt. My truck fishtailed, nearly jackknifing before coming to a stop about 50 yards from the blockade. For a long moment, I sat there, engine idling, staring at the impossibility before me. How had he gotten ahead of me? There were no side roads, no way to go around and get in front. Then I noticed the back of the trailer was fully open now. It was too dark to see inside, just a yawning blackness that seemed deeper than it should be. Something moved in that darkness, several somethings. I heard scraping, like claws on metal, then soft thuds, like feet hitting the ground. They were coming out. I threw my truck into reverse, but the engine sputtered and died. I turned the key frantically. Nothing, not even a click. The dashboard lights dimmed, then went out. My headlights followed suit, plunging the road into darkness. In the silver moonlight, I could make out shapes moving around Becker's truck, tall, thin figures, walking with a jerky, unnatural gait. I couldn't make out details, just silhouettes against the desert backdrop. They were spreading out, forming a semicircle around the front of my truck. I locked my doors, but what good would that do? My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. No signal, just as the attendant had warned. A scratching sound came from the passenger side of my cab, then from the driver's side. Something was testing the doors, trying to get in. I heard a tap on my window, soft at first, then harder, a knuckle against glass. I didn't want to look. God help me, I didn't want to look. But I did. Joe Becker's face was pressed against my window, those glowing yellow eyes staring into mine. His mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear, but somehow I understood them anyway. Your turn to drive. Then blackness. I woke up hours later, still in my truck, parked on the shoulder of I-80. My truck was running, the heater blasting. According to my logs, I'd never left the interstate. According to my GPS, I'd never been anywhere near Lone Pine Road. But there was sand on my floorboards, desert sand, and scratched into my driver's side door from the inside was a crude drawing of a truck. I made it to the next town, told the police some story about nearly falling asleep at the wheel. They didn't ask questions. Why would they? I sounded like a responsible driver who'd pulled over when tired. I completed my delivery to Sacramento, but I took I-15 on the return trip, adding 4 hours to my drive just to avoid that stretch of Nevada. I've never driven Lone Pine Road again. Never will. Sometimes on long hauls, I think I see an old blue Peterbilt in my rearview mirror. When I look again, it's gone. Sometimes my CB picks up a voice asking if anyone's on Lone Pine tonight. I don't answer. I don't drive nights anymore. Can't bring myself to do it. Because I know what's out there in the dark, on the lonely roads where help is too far away. Joe Becker is still driving, still looking for passengers for whatever rides in his trailer. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still hear those whispers outside my cab. Your turn to drive. But it wasn't my turn. Not that night, and I pray to God it never will be. Story 22. I've never told anyone this story before. Not my sister, not my friends, not even a therapist. Part of me is afraid they'll think I'm crazy. The other part is afraid they'll believe me, and that's somehow worse. But I need to get this off my chest, even if it's just sharing it anonymously here. In the summer of 2019, I decided to drive from New York to Los Angeles to visit my sister. She'd moved out there for a job about a year before, and we hadn't seen each other since. Flying would have been faster, obviously, but I'd just gotten laid off from my accounting job and had nothing but time. Plus, I'd always wanted to do a cross-country road trip, see some of America outside the concrete jungle I'd been living in for the past 8 years. The first few days were honestly amazing. I drove through Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, taking my time, stopping at weird roadside attractions, eating at local diners. I felt free for the first time in years. No alarm clocks, no deadlines, just me and the open road. I'd been documenting everything on my phone, sending my sister pictures of the world's largest ball of twine and other ridiculous tourist traps. By the 4th day, I'd made it to Colorado and then into Utah. That's when things started to get weird. I was on Route 191 in Utah, driving through this incredibly remote stretch of road, the kind where you don't see another car for 30 minutes at a time. The landscape was beautiful but desolate. Red rocks, scrubby desert plants, and this endless sky that made me feel tiny. I had my windows down, music playing, just cruising along. It was late afternoon, probably around 5 o'clock when I first saw him. There was absolutely no reason for anyone to be standing on that stretch of road. No broken down cars nearby, no hiking trails that I could see, nothing. Just this figure standing perfectly still on the shoulder. As I got closer, I could make out more details. A man in a black hoodie pulled tight around his face, jeans and boots. What struck me immediately was his skin. What I could see of it, his hands, a glimpse of his face, was unnaturally pale, like paper white. Not just fair-skinned, but a complete absence of color. I slowed down instinctively as I passed him, the way you do when you see someone on the side of a deserted road. He didn't move, didn't turn his head, didn't stick out a thumb to hitchhike, just stood there, facing the road, perfectly still. Something about him made my skin crawl, but I figured he was just some weirdo or maybe someone on drugs. Utah has its share of isolated communities and all sorts of people living off the grid. I drove past him, and out of habit, I checked my rearview mirror. He was gone. I actually braked hard, causing my car to skid slightly on the gravel shoulder. I twisted around in my seat, looking back at the empty road behind me. There was nowhere he could have gone. No trees, no big rocks, no ditches deep enough to hide in. Just flat desert extending for hundreds of yards on either side of the road. He had completely vanished in the seconds it took me to drive past and check my mirror. My heart was pounding, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I hadn't seen anyone at all. Maybe it was a weirdly shaped cactus or a play of light and shadow. Maybe I was more tired than I thought after 4 days of driving. I took a couple of deep breaths, had a swig of water, and kept going. I decided I'd stop at the next town and get a proper meal and some rest. I made it to Moab that evening, grabbed dinner at a diner, checked into a cheap motel, and crashed. I didn't even think about the figure on the road as I fell asleep. The next day, I crossed from Utah into Arizona. I was making good time and decided to push on through the night. My sister was expecting me in 2 days, and I was eager to get there. Around 2 in the morning, I was on a deserted stretch of highway somewhere in northern Arizona. My eyelids were getting heavy, so I was looking for a rest stop to pull over and nap for a few hours. The highway was completely empty, no other cars in sight. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the yellow line down the middle of the road and not much else. The radio had devolved into static a while back, so I'd turned it off and was driving in silence, just the hum of my tires on the pavement keeping me company. That's when I saw him again. Same position, same black hoodie, same unnaturally still posture, same paper white skin, standing on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere, Arizona. I felt ice water running through my veins. This was impossible. I was hundreds of miles from where I'd seen him in Utah. There was no way it could be the same person, but it was. I knew it with a certainty that terrified me. I slowed down as I approached, my curiosity momentarily overcoming my fear. I wanted to see his face, to confirm what I already knew in my gut. As my headlights illuminated him, he remained completely motionless, staring straight ahead. But as I drew level with him, his head slowly turned to track my car. I couldn't see his eyes in the shadow of the hood, just that pale, pale skin. I hit the gas, my tires squealing as I accelerated away from him. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheels straight. I checked my rearview mirror repeatedly, but unlike last time, I could see his silhouette standing there, getting smaller as I sped away. Then the radio turned on by itself. Static blared through the speakers, making me jump so hard I nearly swerved off the road. I hadn't touched the dial. It had been off for hours. I reached to turn it off again, but before I could, the static cleared for just a moment. Stop the car. It wasn't a radio announcer. It wasn't a song. It was a whisper, a horrible, dry whisper, like dead leaves scraping across pavement. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. Stop the car. I punched the power button on the radio, and blessed silence filled the car again. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, pushing my old Honda to speeds it wasn't designed for, desperate to put as much distance as possible between me and whatever was behind me. I didn't stop driving until the sun came up. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, filled up my tank with shaking hands, and went inside to get the strongest coffee they had. The cashier asked if I was okay, and I realized I must have looked like hell, pale, sweaty, with dark circles under my eyes. I mumbled something about a long night of driving and left as quickly as I could. I called my sister from the parking lot, told her I'd hit some bad weather and might be delayed. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what had really happened. She'd think I was having a breakdown or something. Maybe I was. I spent that day driving through Arizona and into California, stopping only when absolutely necessary. Every time I saw someone standing by the road, a hitchhiker, a person waiting for a bus, anyone, my heart would race until I was close enough to confirm it wasn't him. I kept the radio off. I didn't want to hear that voice again. By evening, I was exhausted but determined to reach my sister's place that night. I just wanted to be somewhere safe, surrounded by normal people and normal life. I had about 3 more hours to go when I realized I was dangerously low on gas. I pulled into a small gas station outside of Barstow, California. The place was nearly deserted, just me and the attendant inside the little convenience store. I filled up my tank, then went inside to pay and grab some snacks for the final leg of my journey. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the clerk barely looked up from his phone as I put my items on the counter. That's when I saw him through the window, standing in the parking lot, directly under the harsh lights. The black hoodie, the still posture, the paper-white skin now clearly visible. He was facing my car. I froze, my wallet halfway out of my pocket. The clerk asked if I was paying, his voice sounding like it was coming from underwater. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. The figure slowly turned its head toward the store window, toward me. For the first time, I saw his face clearly. It wasn't a face at all. Just smooth, white skin stretched tight over what should have been features. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just indentations where they should be, like someone had pressed a thumb into clay, but not hard enough to break through. I threw cash on the counter, grabbed my stuff, and ran to my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. When I looked up, he was standing directly in front of my car, that blank face staring at me through the windshield. I reversed so fast I nearly hit a gas pump, then floored it out of the station and onto the highway. The radio blared to life again, static giving way to that horrible whisper. Stop the car. It was louder this time, more insistent. Stop the car. I punched at the radio, trying to turn it off, but it wouldn't go off. The voice kept repeating, getting louder and more distorted. Stop the car. Stop the car. Stop the car. I ripped the volume knob off in desperation, but the voice continued, now seeming to come from everywhere in the car at once. I rolled down the windows, hoping the rush of air would drown it out, but it didn't help. Finally, I pulled over on the shoulder, reached under the dashboard, and yanked out the wires connecting to the radio. The voice cut off abruptly, leaving me in blessed silence, except for my own ragged breathing. I somehow made it to my sister's place that night. I made up some story about car trouble to explain why I looked so shaken. I stayed with her for 2 weeks, never mentioning what had happened. I was jumpy the entire time, flinching at shadows and avoiding going out at night. But I didn't see the figure again, and I started to convince myself it had all been some kind of hallucination brought on by exhaustion and isolation. Then came the drive back to New York. I took a different route home, sticking to major highways and only driving during daylight hours. I was almost back to Pennsylvania when I saw him again, standing on the side of I-70 in the exact same position, waiting for me. I sped past, refusing to look, refusing to acknowledge him, but in my rearview mirror, I saw him turn his head to follow my car until I was out of sight. That was 8 months ago. Since then, I've seen him 5 more times, always on the side of the road, always in that same position, always with that blank, featureless face. Sometimes the radio turns on by itself, that voice whispering its command. Sometimes it doesn't. I've tried everything. I've had my car checked for electrical problems. I've seen doctors about possible hallucinations. I've even talked to a priest, though I left out some of the weirder details. Nothing helps. I know now that no matter where I go or how far I drive, he'll always be waiting for me by the side of the road. And someday I'll have to stop. Someday I'll have to find out what he wants, but not today. Today, I keep driving.